Bring the Board of Supervisors back to order. Just, can you bring the spreadsheet up just so we can finish a component piece of that? Final, little discussion in the, Public Works under the building. If we, let me let her catch up. There were 2 positions requested. And I would like for us to consider purple. Let's see if let's let her get there. The trades technician. Let's color that purple if something miraculous happens with all our money. Fixing our buildings, it's certainly our asset management and every other thing we've been trying to accomplish, so just didn't want to miss that. Everybody okay with that? Okay.
You want to make both of them purple?
I asked him for his priority.
Okay.
I just know we're not going to have enough to do them
Yeah, I know.
all.
Right.
So
Okay.
let's put his priority purple.
Okay.
Let's then go back up and catch what we missed from this morning. So we are ready for Mr. Hohen. Has requests for the clerk recorder.
Okay. So by way of background, I'm not requesting anything on the election side. The request is on the recorder side and the marriage side. But just to give you an idea what's going on with elections right now, everybody thinks that an election isn't going on. We actually are running 5 test elections this year, trying to get the voter registration election management system, VREMS, implemented, the top-down voter registration system. The DMV made a massive change January 1st, and that change is now in place where if you go to the DMV to get your driver's license or your registration for your vehicles, you're automatically registered to vote, period. You're not given a choice to opt out. You're not given a choice to select a party. You're automatically being registered to vote. What that does to the clerks, it's more of an unfunded mandate that happened, is now we get that data the next day. We have to put out a notice to those people. Right now, we're mailing out 60 to 80 notices per day to those people that go through the DMV registration process. And those notices are giving them the opportunity to opt out of registering to vote and selecting a party. Otherwise, they're registered as a nonpartisan. So our workload has gone up dramatically for that reason. Our phone calls have gone up dramatically. Obviously, they're holding us accountable and at fault for registering them. We probably get 5 phone calls a week right now saying, I didn't want to register to vote. Why'd you register me to vote? Some of them aren't citizens. Some of them just don't want to register to vote. So understand that my elections team is almost at capacity right now, even in a non-election year. The election team usually covers for the marriage desk because I only have 1.5 people right now working marriages. On top of all of this, Real ID is being implemented in May. Phone calls are going through the roof, counter visits through the roof, appointments. Real ID gets implemented May 7th, and we even think it's going to go for 3 months after, where the demand for certified copies of marriage licenses is intense just because they want to get the name right to get a Real ID done. So I have 1.5 marriage clerk right now. It's a revenue generating operation. If she is out sick or she's out on PTO, I don't have coverage because my election team is even more busier now than ever. In the past, we were able to cover that. It's difficult now. So that's the marriage side that I need some help with. On the recorder side, I just need to increase, or just need to upgrade my part-time person to a full-time person. Again, revenue generating opportunity for us. We are recording about 8,000 documents a year. It is super busy over the counter, and it takes 2 people to work the counter when people come in to record a homestead or have an issue with a quitclaim deed, that type of thing. More importantly, we haven't indexed the old Ormsby documents the way we need to. And when we made when the previous clerk, Sue Merriweather, went to a new system in 2018, went to this landmark system and converted all of our documents. We have duplicate index numbers. It's kind of a mess that we really need to clean up. And I want to make sure that it's cleaned up before another clerk comes into my position. On top of that, we are living on a antiquated indexing platform that IT is going to be probably coming to us any day to, hey, please, let's retire the AS400 and go to a SQL database. And we're all kind of worried or concerned on how that's going to work in terms of how that's going to be interfacing with the public and searching documents. So really to run the operation right on the recorder side, I need that extra half person to get this all done. That's where I'm at.
Thank you. So Scott, talk to me, the marriage license discussion. I see that as or potentially as a very cyclical answer to get through the DMV real ID. Do you have any other ideas besides a position? Because it's short-lived. So maybe you've got a 6-month ouch, and I can't deal with something. So I'm just looking, is there any other avenues or ways that we could help relieve the burden to get everyone their real ID well, not everyone. All the women that need it, right? How do we get them their marriage information so they can get their real IDs?
You know, I've got my part-time person working Mondays and Fridays, and I've got my full-time person covering Tuesday through Thursday. So if I don't get an additional FTE to cover that Tuesday through Thursday backup and everything, then I would say, worst case, upgrade my half part-time person to a full-time. So I have 2 full-time people instead of 2.5 people. I just need coverage, 8 to 5 for sick time, PTO. I mean, she hardly even takes PTO. She cares too much. And I'm also working on succession planning in my office too. So my marriage clerk right now has been with the recorder's elections, marriage operation for almost 20 years now. And she's getting ready to step down and she knows everything. So look at the split that I'm going to have to replace her at some point in time down the road too. So I would say worst case, upgrade my half part-time person to a full-time person, and I can deal with 2 full-time people, not 1.5 that I have now. That's what I would recommend.
Okay.
I don't see the DMV AVR situation. I see it getting worse, to be honest with you. I mean, the Secretary of State is behind the 8 ball. Right now, they were supposed to implement on January 1st the social services automatic voter registration system. It's in code, it's in NRS, where if you go to the social service agencies, they're supposed to be automatically registered to vote. And those people aren't looking to vote. Those people are looking to get a SNAP card, whatever, and we're going to have more citizenship problems keeping our voter rolls clean. We've got our challenges.
Does the voter system that you're talking about from DMV, are they looking to, for instance, I have to get my driver's license here next month. Is it looking to see that I'm already registered, or it's automatically re-registering me as just a nonpartisan and you send me a new card? So it deregisters me as my. Well, I just want to know what it's going to do to me next.
Yeah, it doesn't deregister you, but we're going to get that record. And if we find that you're registered as either an R or a D, we'll keep the R or the D. But they're not even looking in a database to see if you're registered. It's just automatically registering. The problem,
waste of effort.
I go out of my way with Carson City. Voter rolls are so important to me, and keeping our voter rolls clean to minimize our mail ballot expenditures when we put it out. I don't use in Carson City the terminology that the Secretary of State uses called a golden voter. I don't consider somebody going to the DMV to be a golden voter and automatically put them in the system. We touch each person. We look at each person because they make spelling mistakes on name, they make birthday mistakes, and people get registered as a commercial address rather than a residential address per code. So I look at every one, and it's important for us to make sure that we don't have garbage in, garbage out. We make sure we have it clean. So it just takes extra effort on our part, and there's nothing I can do about it right now. I don't see it changing.
All right, thank you. Do we want to color purple? That was the recorder that you said was your priority. Do we want to color that one purple? Team purple for that? Let's, it's pretty sad we're calling them purple people, but let's purple people the recorder. Okay, thank you. The recorder position, that was his requested priority. All right, let me run through really quick, make sure I can turn the page. Got that one done. All right, then let's go to the next position for discussion. It is the senior center is requesting a senior accounting tech. That is, you can see account 215. So again, it's not funded from general fund. Courtney, come on up.
Good afternoon, Courtney Warner from the Senior Center. So I am requesting one full-time position and one part-time position, but at least I bring a solution that it is not from the general fund. It is from the Senior Center Special Revenue Fund. Just some interesting facts of our need. I haven't been before you ever in 10 years to ask for any supplemental. Going back further, it doesn't look like we've added a position in over 20 years to the Senior Center. So we are a mighty team of 3 city-funded positions, and the rest are 15 dedicated nonprofit positions. And so we really appreciate the nonprofit and the senior partnership, but we're here to ask for one accounting tech. That position already exists in the nonprofit. So why am I asking it to be moved to the city? We've worked hard to make sure that all of our day-to-day, which is our grant-funded programs, stay within the nonprofit. This is the one position that doesn't get any reimbursement from a grant. So it's solely funded through charitable gifts and other operating costs through the nonprofit. And then it's been supplemented, reimbursed from the Senior Center City Fund for the past several years. So there's already been a reimbursement basis. And the conversation started, well, why not just make that a city position to make it efficient and streamline the process? From our operation side of it, it also gives us redundancy. There's no backup for a lot of the city functions because we're so lean. So this just adds one more layer to make sure that we meet all of our objectives. The other position is our program staff. And the program coordinator, we're doing over 300 programs every month at the Senior Center. Pretty much all of those are done with my touch in that involvement. Room bookings, flyers, supporting. We have a dedicated group of volunteers, which we celebrated on Friday. We have hundreds of volunteers that are helping us. Some programs, it's really difficult to ask for volunteers to do. So that could be just setting up the room, setting up PowerPoint and other support that's needed. Also to help with the back end stuff. So if you come with an idea, it just doesn't happen. Somebody has to do that. I do all of that right now, but my capacity is now really getting lean to be able to keep up with everything. And so we have a lot of programs that are just on hold, and the citizens are asking for this. And I think that it's an opportunity for us because it looks like the fund could support it, that we would be able to offer this part-time position. The other piece is to freeing up the funds within the nonprofit from that office coordinator position. Meals on Wheels is on a wait list, and we're at a program capacity. We just can't build any more without having a huge investment. The hard part with that is that grant funding has been flat funded for many years. And so our opportunity to grow, we have to find other ways to fund Meals on Wheels. So this was just a creative strategy to try to figure out how we could support the growth with Meals on Wheels. And another piece too, just our longevity and our service. Meals on Wheels has doubled in the 20 years that I just did a look back. So that's pretty impressive that we've been able to do what we've done with what we've had. So now it's just the request to see if you can support growth. We don't see that there's any demand that's going to be lessening, and we're proud to serve the community. And I think that it supports the strategic plan and the objectives of efficient government and also quality of life. I'll answer any questions.
Or let me just clarify here. So my undesignated for Fund 215, I have for this year 66,308. Do you believe that's sustainable for the 5 year, for the horizon, or are we gonna?
So I do,
Get out of balance. Okay.
and that's typically what we do with the smaller funds is we keep all of the 25 information in 25, and then whatever revenues and expenses fall out in 26, that's our undesignated. So that means year over year, we expect to see 66,000 or more as undesignated. And we also have a little pot of undesignated from 2025 that can roll forward just in case.
Okay. All right, then it seems reasonable to me. Everybody okay with moving it over into the column? Okay, let's put it in the column.
Thank you. I'll see you in 10 years.
I heard it here, right? She's on record, be careful. Thank you. Okay, then let me look through if we had, I think, was that all the positions? So I want to make sure we already did ambulance earlier. We already did the compliance officer or the technology. Compliance, what am I? I'm looking. I'm going down my list. Building permits, let's see, cemetery we did earlier. Water, well, the compliance was split across, so we already did all that. So we're down to, and even in redevelopment, it's the reworking part of what the other one already was, right? The other portions of it. So let me
Yes.
say it this way.
I
You
think
will,
you
of
have
course,
hit all
do,
of the positions.
she'll of course do the alignment of any of the reorgs to put the right amounts of the
Yes.
offsets in the other funds that we
Yes.
reorganized.
Yes.
So some of those numbers may, you're granted permission to make the appropriate corrective actions to match the parks and all of those in
Perfect.
quality of life.
Yeah, so we've gone through all the positions. The rest were requested by IFC or recommended by IFC. So
I just
guess
want to
we
make
just-
sure everybody check us that we didn't miss something. The largest, just double check really quick, we got all those. We did, I think. Okay, let's then concentrate, just as we discussed it before, at the supplemental indigent Fund 208. That's at the top of the page there, again, just so that the public is aware and everybody, we talked about it when we were at Fuji Park. This is that change over to the indigent fund to do that. I'm suggesting, like I think we did earlier with the dispatchers, I'm suggesting that we look at this for where we're going the next few years as a change. Is next year the end of our 5 years on our non-competitives?
Oh, yes.
Is it next year?
26, yes.
Okay, so for next year's budget, if we can determine if there's a good plan or any rewrites to our 5 year, let's take a look at it and see if we're on the right path, the right mission. But for now, we'll put it in Fund 205 as just previously discussed. Takes that one off. We already talked about that. Let's see, is the South Carson NID reallocate operations manager salary 5%? Is that part of the parks reorg?
Yes.
Yeah, so we've taken care of that. Oh, it's a public works change? Oh,
Oh, the SCNID, you're right.
SCNID.
Yes.
See,
that
I'm
is-
checking them off that we did them.
That is a public works request, you're correct.
Okay,
And
and
it's
so
just an
what do we,
allocation of a current employee who
that we
spends
will
time.
move to SCNID?
Exactly,
This is a movement to it based on operational work.
yes.
Everybody okay with that? All right, we'll move on with that. quality of life, we already did as the other half of the parks. Reorg, open space, reorg. Okay, let's talk about regional transportation is the other half of what we just discussed for the SCNID. That's the debit
Yes.
and the credit.
That is.
So everybody's okay? Okay, we're moving on. Street maintenance, if you guys want to talk about it, the RTC recommended no. And staff has recommended no. And I, having come from RTC, rationale is we just want all the money going to streets. We don't want to take anything off for anything but streets repair. Anybody want further discussion there? Nope. We all want to just put it to the streets. Okay. So that was that rationale. We talked about already the 9/11 surcharge. Here's the other 0.25 from what we did this morning on the 0.75. So this is its other half. The ambulance fund, we already talked about the 2 FTE for that, and the telephone and the overtime, no issues, right? The stormwater, again, is the portion that would move over for the position we talked about. Wastewater has, whether we like it or not, I'm not thrilled, but it looks like utilities are kicking us a little bit there.
Yeah, these are
Thanks.
things we've augmented the last couple
Yeah.
years that just need to change.
Okay, so everybody's okay with that? Yeah, we kind of got to do what we got to do, huh? Let's get to water fund. Again, it's just besides positions that we already talked about. That's the other portions of the other bodies. Got to do the utilities.
Yeah.
Moving on. Fleet, not a lot being asked for here. 2,000 as a supplemental though, so we're increasing the small tool line item. Is that because things are just costing more?
It's just
Yeah.
inflation. Yeah.
Just pure inflation on items. If anybody has a problem, I'll watch for the little hand up or whatever. Okay, building permits fits for what we did on the other halves or other portions. Okay, this morning. The cemetery, we already talked about. And redevelopment, that's again within the discussion we already had.
Mhm.
All right, we got all those? Okay, hold on. Let's make sure. Let's look at the remainder of the supplemental. Staff has already gave recommendations on the rest of those. If you look at all of those, is there any that any of you want to talk about further? Most of it's utilities. Boy, those are getting us this year. It's a chunk of money going on. But is there anything that's on here? I think again, the nicest thing that we're adding, just to highlight it in the courts, mental health evaluation, 60,000. I want to highlight that. I think we're all okay there.
Well,
Yes,
and that's
for mental health?
something that we have to augment for every year anyway.
Anyway.
So might as well give them a budget.
Right. Okay.
So.
Go ahead.
I have
Sure.
one thing here, back on 767, where it's talking about the street maintenance fund, capital outlay, $940,000. That was commented earlier today that was one piece of equipment. In fact, if you look on page 1,668 of the next agenda item, you find that same $940,000 as 6 pieces of equipment.
I'm so sorry.
So whatever we're approving here off of this spreadsheet doesn't include that 940.
There's no capital on these spreadsheets. That's
Right.
correct. We'll do that next.
We need to discuss that 940.
We're going to hit capital next.
Okay.
You're
Just
absolutely
wanted to be
correct.
clear on that.
Yes, no, there's no capital in this discussion. Is there any other item that any of you want to bring up or discuss that we have not already hit? Okay, is there any public comment? I did not forget. Are you proud of me? See? I'm like, okay, is there any public comment on the supplementals agenda item 15A? Okay, Sherry, just to make sure, is it clear if we said, as discussed on the record today,
Yes.
you know what
Absolutely. We have made great notes today, and we can
you're
come
on
back
it,
and
and
listen.
you have a tape that you can go
We
back
can come
to.
back and listen, absolutely.
All right, would somebody like to make a motion
Sure,
to?
I'll give it a shot.
Sure.
Move to direct staff to complete the proposed Carson City, or move forward with the Carson City fiscal year 2026 budget, including general funds, special revenue funds, enterprise funds, and all other budgeted funds and supplemental requests and recommendations made on the record today.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Let the record reflect it was unanimous. Phew. Okay.
Thank you
now,
very
if we
much.
didn't have fun yet, we're going to give it a shot on agenda item 15B, discussion and possible action on the proposed Carson City Capital Improvement Plan. Ms. Benaboo?
Yeah, so I just have a few things on this one. The slides obviously are in there, and on the first one, the capital projects, that's kind of the one I focus on because that's where most of our capital for all the small departments and equipment is. And so the break fix is a little higher than normal. It's 434, and that's just because we haven't been able to fund capital for a couple years. So in case something breaks during the year, I wanted a little more funding in there to address those items. We already talked about the amount we're rolling forward, thank you, from 2024. That's 7.4 million. So I don't need to go much into that. Let's see, I talked about the investment earnings being 1.2 million. So really, instead of going through, I do provide slides that show the revenue and expense. However, in prior years, it seems like you kind of want to go right to the spreadsheet. So we can go right to the capital items spreadsheet if you'd like, and just talk about the actual plan.
Let's
And
do
if you
that.
have any questions on the slides, I'm more than happy to answer.
Let's move to the specifics.
This one. Keep going.
And maybe, let me see if I can help this along a little bit too, so that I'm not getting dizzy as she's moving all those
I'm sorry. I
spreadsheets
didn't-
flying. How about
it
I
is done.
come down the
Check it.
line and say, Stacy is, or excuse me, Supervisor Giomi, is there any of the capital that you would like to isolate to talk about?
Start elsewhere.
Okay, let me go with, that was good, huh? Supervisor White, what page would you like to discuss items on? How about we do that?
Page 1,668.
1,600 and what?
6-8.
668. Let me get to 668. Yeah, I got to 77. We're good.
Pretty clear my existing magnifiers are not enough. Thank you.
Okay, 1668.
Oh, it's this.
They look like, the numbers are right here. They're,
I thought we were going to the spreadsheet. I'm sorry.
okay.
I didn't set myself up that way.
We're gonna go with who's ever
So he
ready.
wants
So
to go to
what do you want to
this.
talk about on this
It is the
page?
one that you were looking at.
Firstly, I want to talk about, several years ago, we created the vehicle replacement policy. It doesn't seem to me that it's really working out all that well, because in my mind, as I'm sitting here looking at a number of these vehicles being proposed, I can't justify purchasing a number of these vehicles. And we'll start with at the top of that page for building maintenance. So that's a 17-year-old vehicle with 79,000 miles on it. Okay, I get it. It's got 80,000 miles on it. It's a little worn. It's a little rough. But if that's all the miles you've put on that vehicle in 17 years, I don't see the need for it. I just don't. It looks to me like that vehicle is parked most of the time. The very next vehicle below it, the recreation van, 18 years old with 60,000 miles on it. If you go down to the next in street maintenance, we have a 9-year-old bucket truck with 7,000 miles on it. Why does that truck need to be replaced? I don't get it.
Mike Schaefer, Fleet Supervisor. That's actually hours, not mileage. We track those
Okay.
by hours as they sit there and idle,
Right.
running the bucket. So
I don't know that 7,000 hours on that bucket truck rates replacing the truck. I mean, it'd go a hell of a lot farther with me if I was running that truck. We'll move on to the very next item, the skid steer. 18 years with 3,400 miles on it.
Or hours.
We're not using that piece of equipment to its full potential. I might be tired, might not like it anymore, but I don't see replacing it. If you're using it as a backup, if something goes out of service on an emergency, go rent one. Same thing on the next page, 1,669 with the backhoe. An 18-year-old backhoe with 4,600 hours on it. Go rent one if you need it. $1,500 for a month rental on a backhoe. We can cover an out-of-service situation with a backhoe for a long time for $180,000. So I'm going to recommend that at least those 5 vehicles not be replaced. If we need a rental budget of some nature to cover emergencies, I think we can do that. But I can't see replacing these vehicles. And then just a general observation on some of this other stuff. We don't have an oil analysis program as far as I know. And when you're talking about $1 million for one piece of equipment, if you can't show me that you're looking at imminent major powertrain failure, I can't see replacing them. So those 5 will be my recommendation to not replace. I'm not saying keep them. If it wore out and no good, that's fine, but we got to figure out another way to move these people around and get the work done instead of spending that kind of money on something that is only very marginally used.
I would like to talk about the recreation van, because you put that on the list of those 5 to discuss. Why is that being recommended for replacement with, it's got 60,000 miles, but has it been in an accident? I'm just interested in the rationale. We did create a policy that deals with fleet. And I appreciate Supervisor White, who actually worked on that document, saying that maybe we need some more tweaks. I guess that's what I'm hearing from him.
Yes, we do.
Right, and so maybe again, what we've been talking about, we bring that back next year with any necessary tweaks, but talk to me about the recreation vehicle, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Jennifer Budge, Parks and Recreation Director. Mike can probably give you more details, but this is a recreation van that's used for our before and after school program. It transport youth. It has broken down on several occasions. It's also used for our outdoor recreation program. So it doesn't have a lot of miles, but it has important use, you know, in my opinion, and it's been out of service quite a bit.
It has maintenance issues, so even though it may not hit a 80,000 or 100,000 mile mark, it just has continual breakdowns and with kids on it? I'm not being, I'm just truly asking, right? Are we stranding vehicles? Or does this vehicle have enough wrong with it in the maintenance shop that we're stranding a driver with kids on that vehicle?
Mike Schaefer, the van meets the requirements that the policy that we created. So, and after 15 years, especially even 10 on modern day cars, the parts availabilities are very challenging. So, I mean, for an example, we have a 2008 Chevy 1500 that we can't even get the brake control module for it, so it sits out of service until hopefully we can find a used one. So these are some of the challenges that we're facing. And also, I believe on this van, the paint is basically peeling, so, which obviously we could perform a paint job if need be, but it just meets all the requirements of the replacement policy, so, which is age is one of the big criteria.
Age and time is one.
So,
yeah.
so if we want to revisit that policy, then I'm more than happy to.
Well, like I said, I'm not necessarily saying you need to keep it. I'm just saying, well, I'll ask it this way. So what did you do when the van was broken down to get these kids transported? Borrowed a van from someone else?
We, Jennifer Budge, Parks and Recreation Director, I mean, we have 2 vans available. We go get them, so we have to take care of the other kids that are in use, and then we have to, you know, make them wait and deal with it. It's,
And that's my point. If that's all the more you use the van, I think there are alternatives out there rather than spending another $65,000. And I also remind this body that replacement policy has a clause in it that allows the city manager to override the policy. And I think that's appropriate at this point. I get what you're saying, Mike. Totally understand it. But at some point in time, again, I'm not saying keep it if it's that awful. I'm just saying you don't need to replace it.
Supervisor Shooty.
I would like to continue this conversation. You asked for it to be replaced, so apparently you feel that it does need to be replaced. So is there need for more than one van? And can you go further with that?
Thank you, Supervisor Shooty. Jennifer Budge, Parks and Recreation Director. So we had 10 vehicles up for replacement this year, recommended for replacement in the budget. Of that list of 10, we only are recommending 2. The number one priority for our staff after meeting with everybody based on our resources was that the recreation van be replaced. We do have another van available that we use also. For our movers and doers program, for our youth programs, other things. We have a lot going on. It's not just the before and after school program. It's also used for our outdoor recreation program. And it has broken down on the way to Spooner and out to outlying areas where we're doing our kayak programs and outdoor recreation programs. So it is a difficult challenge when it happens in remote locations. It's not just in town where we can call someone and they're 5 minutes away. So it's not only an inconvenience, it's a reflection on the city and the programs that we're providing. As Mike said, you know, it doesn't need a paint job regardless. It's not a good reflection on us, but it is our number one priority. I get we have difficult budget needs. We'll make whatever work that you recommend, but we'd like to see it replaced or have some other alternative to, if we need to rent a vehicle or whatever, but the recreation budget doesn't have any additional funding to support it. It would have to come from the general fund.
Supervisor Horton?
Mike, can you talk to me about the skid steer loader? Are we talking about the Bobcat or another piece of equipment?
Yes, the Bobcat.
Gotcha. Are you running into trouble with it? Have had problems?
Yeah, the concrete crew uses that pretty much daily, and it causes us a lot of heartache at this point. It definitely, I guess the hours, and some of the stuff, and to be honest, I don't know if it's the original hour meters, because some of the stuff is older, and for the skid steer, I know it's used daily, but the hour meters doesn't reflect that, so whether originally we replaced a hour meter, who's to say if it's the true hours on it or not? As there was, very little record keeping early on, so.
Thank you.
Supervisor Giomi?
How many vehicles met the criteria to be replaced that you pulled off the list? Because it met the policy criteria, but you had to pare it down. Because, I mean, obviously, we have a limited amount of capital, and so there must have been some paring down, correct?
Yeah, so the way we do it each year is Mike goes through, uses the vehicle policy to determine the vehicles on the list that meet that criteria. The first thing that happens is vehicles from last year that didn't get funded, right? They're automatically on the list. Then there's the new ones for this current year that makes the list. So when this goes to IFC, it's about 4 or 5 times this long. That's what goes to IFC. So then as that discussion happens, and like Jen said, hey, we can't fund 10 parks and recreation vehicles, what are your priorities? And so then that happens, and in her case, it went down to 2 from 10. So that's the process. What you're seeing here today is a much shorter list from.
So there were tens more.
Yes. Oh,
Maybe
absolutely.
100 more.
Absolutely. So then that list just continues to grow. We can do this. We've done this in the past. We did this when you were here.
Yeah.
That list continues to carry forward in years to come of vehicles that stay on there to be replaced. And if I may, just because I have the mic, and then I'll shut up for a minute or maybe more. But Supervisor White, we have tried to rent backhoes, and between April and October, there are no backhoes to rent because the contractors have them all. We have tried that, and they are not available. So that is not an option during those months. We can get them during the winter.
So I mean, I understand the process, from my time with the city and from my time on the board. So I wanted that to get out there so it didn't look like we were asking, I mean, a paring down occurred. There was significant effort in prioritizing already because of the limited funds. I'd like to ask about Squad 51. That was a new unit post-waterfall fire, because we had one burn. Is that mechanically unsound? I know it's not used a lot unless things have changed. I mean, maybe it's changed. I mean, the squad used to carry specialized rescue equipment. I'm sure it still does, but I'm guessing you have extrication equipment on every engine now. So can we push that off? And that's a big piece of equipment.
So Kevin Nyberg from the fire department. You're correct with the squad as far as what its use is. The problem is that what we're doing now with opening up 55 is the need has changed. So a lot of the equipment that used to be kept on the squad is now on the truck. And so that's our technical rescue rig. So
The squad or the truck?
The truck.
Okay.
So with opening up 55, we have a need for an additional backup pumper. So this is going to take care of that need.
So this says Squad 51, but you're buying an engine,
Correct.
not a squad.
Not a squad.
Okay. Well, it really should have said engine on here. I mean, I know you're replacing the squad, but that's significantly different than
A squad replacement.
Yeah,
Right.
I think my original spreadsheet shows what we're replacing with, but I think
Okay.
they kind of condensed it down.
so
and
it's,
they
you're
did
saying
make-
it's finance's fault? Is that what I'm hearing you say?
No, I think, I think they're just,
Hey, you
I know, I think they're
there's a
just trying to
throwdown
make it,
happening. I'd like to.
I think they're trying to make it legible. Of course not.
Okay, I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Shooty.
Thank you. Darren, can you, and you have spoken to this before, but to just revisit the hours versus the mileage and then kind of what's the difference? Because I remember a couple years ago, I had reached out when I said there's only 60,000 miles and I think it was the street sweeper or something. And you talked about hours and the engine running and so the different impacts on the use of the vehicle. And I just think it would be important for the record to revisit that.
Happy to do that, Darren Schultz for the record. So the difference, vehicles are your car, it's how many miles does it have on it, but certain equipment are measured by hours that the engine is running because the vehicles aren't driving on the road. So for instance, the one that we have here, the skid steer loader, it's not putting miles on the asphalt, but it's running, in and around a construction site. So again, our spreadsheet delineates the difference between mileage and hours. So I'm sorry about that on this spreadsheet that it doesn't, but that's important to note. And then the other thing that I believe that we just explained was we have to remember even vehicles that are run on mileage, for instance, a fire engine, those, we keep track of their mileage, but they never turn them off when they're out and about. They're always running. Those engines are always running. So the hours are going up in terms of the engine running, even though it's not turning over the odometer to keep track of the miles. So that is all a factor when we're kind of going through the spreadsheet to do an analysis of when things should be replaced.
Well,
so,
and it's not just the engine. It's transmission, it's the power takeoff,
That's
it's
right.
the pumps.
That's correct.
It's all the equipment
Yep.
that it takes to actually operate the fire side of the chassis.
Correct.
And isn't it also true that some, I mean, I know on fire trucks, particularly engines, they have to pass a pump test every year.
That's right.
So there must be other equipment that you have that has to go through testing
That's right.
that must also get taken into consideration with that.
Correct.
Okay.
I do have an answer to the question earlier. There were 44 vehicles requested for replacement, and on the list here, there's only 27.
Thank you.
Supervisor Horton.
Mike, can you talk to me about the bucket truck a little bit? And do you have a bucket truck scheduled for next year also, or is it the year after?
It would be the year after. And currently the lead time for a bucket truck is probably 24 to 36 months.
That's pretty quick.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ask Kevin.
getting better.
Compared to fire equipment, it's fast.
4 years, yeah.
Can you go to Home Depot and get one?
No.
Do you have to, these have to be certified? Do you have to get these buckets recertified?
Yes, we have them certified every year.
Supervisor Giambi, did you have another comment?
sorry.
That's all right. Okay. Do we have a pleasure on what we want to do? I understand Supervisor White's comments, and it's difficult when you're looking at these and saying, okay, that's 220,000, that's 120,000, that's 180,000, the engine $1.2 million. And it's, did I hear it right? Is that a backup engine? Because we expanded, we need to have another engine? Is that what I heard? Or did I misunderstand the engine?
That's what he said. It's a replacement.
So let
Kevin,
me
come
just
on-
try to
come on up for a minute.
skip to the beat a little
Okay.
bit. The problem with engines is they take so long to arrive. And so while I really think we should maybe be funding some of those other vehicles, it's that this takes 4 years.
And the way they run their.
We must need to order green ones or something. Maybe we need a color change because those are taking too long. Yeah, something.
But the way they work, so when a new engine comes in, that becomes the primary.
Primary, and the
And
other
what
one's a
we already
backup.
had becomes the
Right.
backup. So
Right.
it's,
No,
yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. It's just hard to commit $1 million to, and you're recognizing, you think you're getting a vehicle. It's important that the public understand you are, but you aren't for 3 to 4 years because there's no,
Let's assume we
Stock
could
and
buy it in 3
inventory on
years.
hand.
Let's assume we could buy it in 3 years. We could
Right.
buy it and have it delivered the next day. That 1.2 is going to be 1.5 or 1.6. So
are they holding price on these orders that they are holding them for the 3 or 4 years? We're not getting a,
yeah, you're paying up front.
When you pay, you pay.
okay.
And for comparison, the last type 1 we bought was 685, and now we're estimating 1.2 before COVID.
Wow.
Yeah, something's wrong.
So-
Okay, board, do you guys have a, Pleasure.
Do you want a motion? Do you want to just?
no, I'm
push
just
it
getting
off?
in general where you want to go so that we keep, then we'll move to the next. You want to get them as is, you want to have them take something off the list and go further down the list? Because that's the other thing that, if I'm not mistaken, we really, as a financial policy, put together that we were going to do 1% for fleet, and we're pretty much hanging on to that so that we can keep the fleet going instead of the first thing that's always cut is vehicles, right? So we're adhering pretty good today of trying to stick to our financial policies. And again, I applaud all of us because that's why I think we're so successful in our budgeting when you're looking at all the surrounding areas, looking to cut and to lay off. And so sticking to our policy is a good answer here. And so if we even were to take some of these off, it's not going to free up money. It would stay in fleet. I guess that's my,
And I
Question.
understand policy.
no, right?
I do. But even if you're staying with that 1%, you still have to justify the expenditure. And frankly, with this backhoe, and now with the revelation on the skid steer that we may not know what the real hours on that are, maybe you want to leave it on the list with some further confirmation that the skid steer is so compromised that it can't be used. I mean, I understand what you're saying, it's used every day. But certainly what was presented to us doesn't reflect that. And I'm not comfortable making a $120,000 decision on, well, we think it's wore out.
Rest of you?
I think.
Curtis, you did this job.
I think
You're
when you
there,
look
help
at the
me.
list, I'll tell you, Supervisor White makes some excellent points. We implemented that policy in an effort to help guide the replacement process, to give them something that they could sink their teeth into and say, this is the policy, here's what we're gonna do. But looking back on it, I think we need to move forward with these things, but I think we need to take a look next year at our policy. We might even want to consider suspending the policy or holding it and putting together a small work group in order to take a look at these things. I get it. I mean, I did it myself. I know when you hit the certain criteria, we're gonna replace this, and we have all the same arguments, parts availability, it really doesn't work well. Although I will tell you, I wanna see next year people come back with a very strong, concise argument about what is wrong with these pieces of equipment, specifically with a lot more detail about what the problems are. And you know, sometimes we run into it where it's just age, it's just, you know, it's from 1999 and golly, we need a new one. Frankly, some of those things I don't necessarily agree with, but they probably are issues. I hate to say it, not enough background to confirm that solidly. You know, I would like to hear more about them on the next round, but I think at this point I would support it, but I want
A new,
I want to be
updated
very
policy.
clear. I want to update it. I would like to see the policy updated or discussed And in the future, I want to hear exactly what is wrong with the vehicle. I want specifics and a lot more detail. I
And
think that will be helpful.
Including its repair history or whatever.
Repair history.
What's going
troubles.
on.
I mean, Mike, you know off the top of your head some of these issues because you've worked on this equipment for a long time, and I understand that completely. But there are a lot of people out there that don't get that. Maurice does. He did it for a living for a long time. He gets it. You know, I've dealt with it. You know, a lot of us get it. Stacy's dealt with the engines and all the other issues that they've had. But there are folks out there that don't have those skills and don't understand that. So I want them to be able to hear these are the problems with these pieces of equipment specifically.
And one of the several items that I chose not to bring up, but it's kind of worked itself into the conversation, whether it's relevant being 1999 or 1959, these flatbed trailers that there are several on here. Put a set of bearings and tires on that thing, replace the hitch, and go back to hauling.
Sometimes.
It's a metal frame. Replace the deck, replace the bearings, and go haul what you haul.
It's a big aluminum box. It's probably looking good, quite honestly. You know, unless there's a specific issue with it, and I want to hear that if there is. If not, I would like it rethink the possibility of maybe getting another year or two out of that, or maybe we can get another 5 years out of some of these things. But let's look at them overall and say, okay, just because it meets the criteria of the policy, that doesn't guarantee replacement. We want to be, you know, prudent with our decision.
Supervisor Giomi.
I mean, I obviously I don't disagree with what any of you are saying, but I mean, on the other hand, you know, staff has done what we've asked them to do. I mean,
Yes.
we did a policy. They evaluated the equipment. They eliminated some things because it may have met the minimum policy criteria, but it didn't, you know, really rise to the level of needing to be done given the available resources. And now they're here before us, and I feel like we're asking for more. I'm okay with that. I don't think it's fair to continue to move the bar. So if we're going to adjust the policy, let's adjust the policy in 2 or 3 months, not in a year from now, where we're trying to deal with all of this. And if this kind of stuff rises to the level where we want the detail that you're talking about, Supervisor Horton, then let's do this in advance of the rest of the budget. If that's what you want, let's do this in February. You've got to be working on it. It might accelerate your time a little bit, but let's do it earlier. If you want the detail that, I'm not saying
You
I
mean
do,
for
but if
fleet?
this board decides they want the detail, let's accelerate that so we don't feel like we're up against a wall trying to make a decision of this or nothing. And it gives us the opportunity to have a deeper discussion on an hour-long agenda item versus stuffing this into a budget discussion that's going on for 6 or 7 hours. Because I don't think we can get to the level of detail that we're talking about that they want the way we're doing it right now. And it ends up with this back and forth where we're questioning a decision that you're making and you don't have the answers because we didn't tell you we're going to want those answers. So does that make sense? I mean, I feel like we're putting you at a disadvantage and we're doing a disservice to the people who have to use this equipment every day to serve our citizens. And that's what I don't want to jeopardize.
I agree with your comments completely, and that's why I think we should move forward with this. But as we look into the future, let's think about what we want to do at that point, right? We want to review this in a few months or whatever, that's fine. But I get it. We are where we are, and I think we're okay there. But those are excellent points that Supervisor White brought up. Things I think we do need to look at it as we move down the road. Not these, but the next round.
So we'd like a policy review within 6 months. So that, again, you have time for next budget go around, to be ahead of the game.
And-
Because
and
I
then- and then maybe do
agree
the-
with them.
Do the
Right.
vehicle replacement, kick it up a little bit. Maybe have a discussion with us before you do IFC. I mean, maybe you can sort of rearrange the order. Because then we can provide you better direction and you have time to go make those decisions.
Yeah, and well, it might be, we do provide you with the policy details, and it's
Yes.
extensive.
Yes.
And I'm not, if that's not useful, maybe we can find another way to communicate what is useful
Well,
when we go through the policy.
That's why I'm saying
That's what
when,
we'll do
if
the
we make
policy.
this a separate agenda item and talk about it separately, we're not going to feel the pressure that we probably do now to get this budget passed.
Okay,
And understanding that you've done a lot of work and we have to trust that. And I guess what we're saying to you is that we want a little more information in order to be able to feel that we can trust it more. I guess that's what I'm hearing.
so
Well,
just
I-
with the fleet or the whole capital plan?
The fleet,
I'm
Okay.
talking about fleet. I'm not talking
Okay,
about all.
'cause
So
that
we're
would be
suggesting
really
that-
tough to do that.
No.
we
No, I
just
was
bring
not
another
talking-
I
agenda
understand.
item within
Okay.
6 months to
Okay.
discuss fleet.
Yeah, yeah.
Talking about
So that we
Okay.
can have a robust discussion and then staff will know what you're doing for the next round. If that works for that. Okay,
I mean, the only other option in my mind is that we spread these budget hearings out over more days. You know, I mean, I don't know that anybody here wants to do that. I can already see the glossy looks and staff's faces, so I don't think they want to do that.
okay. So we're in consensus we're going to accept the recommendation of staff, but with the understanding that within the next 6 months, you can do it faster if you want to, but we'll have a specific agenda item to review the fleet policy. We'll bring it back so that it's in plenty of time prior to the next budget go around. Anybody have anything on transit? We're good. Actually, I should, you're not gonna be transit. I don't see the other end. Could you just give me a small update how we're doing on, we want to move and have a new transit transfer station? How are we doing on that? I think it's interesting for the public.
Yeah, we've we've kicked that off several times, kind of a start-stop, and a lot has to do with what we want to do in that downtown corridor area. A lot of it is controlled by private development. So we've got some ideas, we've got some concepts. We have an interim plan of let's do some minimum work right now to make it better, and then we'll do a bigger, grander scale down the road when that day comes. So we're moving forward with a smaller interim plan to keep it right where it's at now, but just do some betterment to it.
Some improvements to that area? Okay. Anybody have any questions on the Regional Transportation Fund? Street Maintenance Fund? Schultz Ranch? You see what I'm doing? I'm watching for you to put your hand up. Anything on quality of life? Oh, I do on quality of life. What, you had something on Schultz Ranch? No. Oh, okay. I'm on quality of life now. The community cleanup trailer wrap and tool cache yay teams
Thank
that
you.
put that together. So we don't need that here because it was privately funded.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. The Rotary of Carson City, in partnership with the Foundation of Carson City Parks and Home Depot, took care of that item for us, so we won't need the funding for that.
So we'll remove the community cleanup trailer wrap and cache.
There's
Okay.
your Earl Scheib paint job on the van.
Gosh, you know, you could make that the next community project, and I know just the supervisor
Earl
to
Scheib, you know that, right?
spearhead that. Leeson, well, anyway, the trailer wrap turned out beautiful. Come May 10th to the cemetery and see the beautiful work that we did on that project. It really turned out good. Anybody on the grant fund? Good. The 911 surcharge, extraordinary maintenance, residential construction fund, that's our next little playground. VNT infrastructure tax. I just want to note for the public or whatever on this one, on the VNT, that's the one that, when does that pay off? 27, right? December of 25. But that will be the one that will look to update the plan of expenditure for the roads. Because a bunch of the public's like, where's the roads? Where's the roads, Mayor? That's this.
Correct.
After we update the plan of expenditure, so we'll bring that plan back so that we can move this money for road
Correct.
expenditure.
We did talk to city manager about making sure we get that together next year.
Yeah, we gotta have that proper timing so that we don't have to start over. Infrastructure's corridor, ambulance, stormwater utility. I would like to just more for my own understanding. Can someone explain a trailer mounted vacuum? Just, I think does that pick up all the water if we have an issue? I don't know, what is it?
It's a big
It's a-
old Dyson.
It's a
There you
re-
go.
It's a really quick way to clean your house.
I need it.
So it's just, you know what, we have, Darren Schultz for the record, the big trucks with like a VACCON with it's a big vacuum on the back of a truck, a truck that we drive around. This is just a smaller version of that. So it's easily maneuvered into small areas and for sucking out smaller pipes, that sort of stuff. So it's just a smaller vacuum. Those big trucks cost $600,000 now. So we're trying to, what can we do to not spend so much on those and use them so much? So that's the goal here.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, wastewater utility fund. Yep, don't leave. Vehicle and warehouse building, 3.9 million. What are we accomplishing there?
So this is a project, I think we started talking about it maybe approximately 2 years ago. But what we did is we have staff that is down at our wharf in a temporary trailer with the idea that we would locate them into a real facility when we could get to it. We had other pressing things. So this facility, and then we also have at the wharf, we don't have a warehouse per se. So we have parts, pumps, motors, tools, that stuff kind of just spread around in different buildings, and we can't inventory it. So it was one of the things when we started inventorying water and fleet, this was kind of the next thing to do because it's hard to keep track when it's spread out all over. So this project is a combination of trying to combine all of that into one place. So there will be crew headquarters where the crews go at the beginning of the day, the end of the day, that sort of thing with a restroom. And then there will be where they can pull the equipment in and store it, that equipment that can't be out in the freezing weather. And then there will be a warehouse space for everything that happens with wastewater in one spot that can be tagged and logged.
Is this an in-house design project?
We had a architect design it, and we're at about 90% designed right now. We've had some funding for this project last year, I think was maybe the first year we put some funding towards it for the design. And then this is the construction cost of it.
So
That's
this
next.
part's construction, okay.
Yeah.
Everybody all right with that? Question?
I'm good with it. It's a project that's long overdue and something that's really needed, so.
All right, the water utility fund? Oh, boy. Cemetery fund? Happy. There's two components, want to be clear, right? And the cemetery fund will handle 30,000 and then there's 210,000 on fixing some roadways
Can I ask-
at our cemetery. Supervisor Giomi.
Did, I spoke to you, Jen, about the cremation niches. Are they becoming available? You can just say, oh, it doesn't look like it. Oh, great. Okay.
There you go. Okay.
Side job? Side job for you? No, no, no. I don't need any more jobs.
She's out. That was good. She goes, let me be clear. No. Okay, then we're on to page 1685. Anybody have anything? So just for the public or anybody that's following along, what we're talking about is FY 2026. What's in the out years we're required to do for the Department of Taxation and for reporting, but the FY 26 is what we're actually going to be indicating we are funding. So let's start with that page, 1685. Anyone have any questions on anything that's in the FY 26 column? Supervisor White?
Actually, it's something that's missing in the 26th column.
Okay.
Under city manager, the RS 2477 road inventory. For some time, that has been a priority for me. We did talk about it at the retreat. I was under the impression it was going to get kicked off in 26. I don't think we should wait till 27. This is a situation where we have multiple pending road issues that need to have the question answered. Is it an RS 2477? What is the status of the road? Because frankly, and you know, you guys know what roads I'm talking about. We need to get this taken care of. So as we move forward, talking to the state about properties, we need to know what the status of these roads are. We need to know what the status of Kings Canyon is and the status of Ash Canyon. I don't think we should put this off to 27.
Did you have a recommendation of what you would take out and flip to 27 versus 26 to fund this? Is there something else on the spreadsheet that you feel is less compelling?
As another idea, we could make it purple and look at augmentations. But I don't know if you want to wait that long.
It's better than him just being in 27,
Yeah.
Well,
right?
no, I haven't really looked for what I would take out of 26 so that could slide over, but mostly because I was under the impression it was going to happen in 26. We'll go back and talk about vehicles. Eliminate one backhoe. There you go. That's 180,000.
The library alarm panels, 100,000, does that have to happen? That was a pretty serious nod.
It's a yes. We have to
You
have
said
the
yes.
library.
What page you on for the library?
1686.
66.
I'm just looking.
Number
in-
85.
I'm looking at 06 for something around 100 grand.
Yeah, some of those things, Darren Schultz for the record, some of those things, facilities, Ron just ranked really near the top because of the safety
Yeah,
issue
I
that's
got it.
related to it. So that's why you got the serious nod, sorry.
It's okay.
Well, I think we could maybe take the approach that we did, like with security at the juvenile. They've been through this list. They know what's really a priority. Perhaps we just tell them RS 2477 has to happen in 26. I know there was a thought that perhaps we can do part of it in-house. If staff has the capacity to do that, I'm okay with that too, and then we don't spend the whole 100,000. But that's a pretty intense study, because we're not as big as Humboldt County, which cost 150,000. But I really insist that has to be a priority.
So explain to me what's the benefit to the public so that we understand why is it a priority to do it now instead of next year? What's
So
giving you angst or what would help the public?
So again, it tells us what's the actual ownership and the status of that road, and it because we have questions as to access to our public properties at the end of Golden Eagle. We have questions as to the access to private and public properties in Ash Canyon. We need to get that settled so we don't end up in a lawsuit. There are properties on the backside of Brunswick Canyon that are locked off by a gate. I don't believe that's appropriate. We need to get this taken care of so that we can provide the appropriate access without contention and arguing and a potential mess halfway in the outback over people arguing over whether it's private property or not.
Is it our job to make that decision, or is it we may do it pursuant to a federal law?
No, we made,
I don't.
We're
I don't know
we're not
how-
mandated to do it.
I don't
So-
know how to
Okay, I'll just,
answer that question. I
Okay.
don't know how the structure of the law actually lays the responsibility.
Right.
But I can tell you, we are opening ourselves to substantial liability if we don't do it.
how's that? I guess I'm not understanding the liability part. Now, solving problems is a different question or
Well,
discussion,
To,
but,
to give you an example, Jungle Road in Pershing County on the backside of Rye Patch. That turned into several pretty serious lawsuits because people that purchased in that checkerboard area decided that road was theirs and they were going to close it. That's what we need to avoid, because that will be a lawsuit. There's prescriptive easements. There is the RS 2477 rules. And we're right in the middle of that, and it needs to be addressed.
so the only place looking at this list, and so I'll throw it out there for discussion on whether we think that reaches to the priority, which means we would lower line 126, break fix, that has $434,021 by $100,000. Does the board have a pleasure?
I'd rather make it purple and see if we end up with the money. But,
Versus
I mean,
lowering
we could
break
do it either
fix
way.
and
We could do
moving
that
on?
with break fix too.
Right,
We could take break fix down 100,000.
Right.
And then any, funds that come in, we could roll
Push
that
back
100 grand back
into-
into break fix.
mhm.
I'd be comfortable doing that.
Team, okay with lowering break fix by the 100,000 and doing the one-time report?
Okay?
Mr. White, are you done for the day? We gave you one. No.
Well,
Uh-oh, how many more sticky? Oh, it's getting ugly over there. No. Okay,
I'm done.
okay.
That's it.
Hey, I am willing to do that. So you've got that? The switch over is to move the RS 2477 into the 26 column and lower break fix. Is there any other capital page or anything anybody else had a thought with?
I do.
Supervisor Shooty?
One is a
I
question.
hope it's only $9. No,
You know
sorry.
what? Actually, it's very small. But first of all, I just want to make sure that there is going to be the mosquito abatement. And I understand that the sprayer, the replacement sprayer wasn't recommended. But just for on the record that we will be spraying in May. So just because there has been folks reaching out. So just to ensure the people, the community at large, that we will be spraying for mosquitoes. But my request is the water fountain fill station at Juvie.
What item,
What?
number?
140. And it wasn't recommended. It's 2,500. And the reason this stands out is the last Board of Soups meeting, we had the conversation about the bill coming before the legislature regarding single-use plastic. And I just think it's important that people who carry around their water bottles, let's make it easy, convenient, cost-effective. And so if there's a way to scrape up, it's on page 1688, line item 140, but a way to scrape up 2,500.
We really had to budget that? Just asking.
Nothing.
We actually already paid for it out of a different line item that we
Oh,
had.
Thank
you
you.
did?
Yes.
Okay,
I was gonna
my
say, I think it's
apologies then.
done.
It's done.
Oh,
It's
well,
done.
yay, yay.
Thank you, though. I appreciate it.
Oh, okay.
You know, she was on a path there, so that one's good.
Much
Okay,
Yeah,
so-
typically if we didn't move it into 27, we found another funding source.
Right, because it wasn't funded anywhere. That was your trick.
Right, I didn't see it anywhere.
That's the
so
trick. It
So
got funded
we-
somewhere
we
else.
found
That's
another
okay.
funding source, yeah.
Much of, okay, well, yay.
All right, anybody else? Okay, then I'm going to move to public comment on agenda item 15B, our CIP. Is there any public comment? Okay, then I'll bring it back up here for a motion. Pretty similar to the last one. Supervisor Giomi?
I move to approve the proposed Carson City Capital Improvement Plan or Program for fiscal years 2026 through 2030, and direct staff to return to the board with a fiscal year 26 final budget incorporating the approved CIP for adoption at the public hearing on May 27th, 2025, and incorporating the changes read into the record into those, into that final document.
Second.
I have a motion and several seconds, but we'll credit that second to Supervisor White. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Let the record reflect it was unanimous. Okay, we're on a roll here. Agenda item 15C, discussion and possible action regarding a proposed resolution setting the ad valorem tax rate for the county cooperative extension for fiscal year 2026 at $1.28. That's ongoing. That's what we've done year after year after year.
This should
Unless
be the
otherwise
easiest
noted.
Item I have all day.
Is there any public comment on this item, though, before we take any action? No public comment. I'll accept a motion.
I move to adopt resolution number 2025-R-6.
Second.
A motion and a second for approval. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Let the record reflect that was unanimous.
Can I have a resolution number?
R 2025R6.
Okay. Thank you.
We're now on to agenda item, hold on. We have so much paper. Let me get the, sorry.
16A.
Yeah, no, I need it.
Oh, you need the packet.
It's in the pile. Okay, we're on to agenda 16A, discussion and possible action regarding a contract between Tyler Technologies and Carson City for the purchase and implementation and annual licensing fees for computer-aided dispatch and all of the requisite costs for year after year after year. And allowing the we're flipping out, okay, flipping chairs. An authorization, for the undersheriff to, wow, the sheriff's brave. You're giving the undersheriff the authority to expend the contingency instead of you. That's brave. Okay. Jerome, are you starting this agenda item?
Yes, ma'am, if you don't mind.
Let's go.
All right, so I spoke earlier today about that three-legged table. This is the second of the three legs where we have brought in the team, talking about Tyler Technology, which is replacing our current records management, jail management, and computer-aided dispatch. Who we have today sitting at the table is Frank Abella from IT. To my left is Jen Stouffer, manager of dispatch, and to my right, who flew in bright and early this morning or late last night from Chicago and will be leaving soon to Denver, is Charles Olson. He is with Tyler Technology, who's going to be able to represent the company and talk a little bit more. I'm going to talk a little bit about the background of what got us here today. I'm not going to belabor the point because I've been in front of the board a couple times, but I'm going to tell you Tyler Tech has won over the vendor competition. We've gone for several months of negotiations, both involving many different aspects of the agencies that are using it. I know that fire's been, oh, there he is. Thank you, Chief. He's also here, as well as Public Works, including the radio shop. We're using 1990s technology and our current vendor. It's breaking down. It's served us very, very well for a lot longer than we thought it would. Hardware is changing, security is changing. We got to move on before we hit a crisis situation. We have timed this very well. We came to the board several years ago and we've been researching it. We are ready and it's time. I think what is going to be important to say is that this was not a light decision getting to Tyler Technology. We used not only about 30 people in the city to go through a testing process, looking at 6 different vendors and grueling them down and getting to 2 different vendors, and then going out and doing spot checks, both physically and virtually, and talking formally and informally with the vendors to get us where we're at. And then we started the negotiations, which was not only contractually, but also talking about the terms and also about what we're going to get for those terms, and also about the fiscal portion of it. That gets us here today. I'm going to let Charles kind of take the helm and talk about his company and talk about the product that we are presenting here today for the board to consider. Sir.
Excellent. Thank you. Appreciate everybody's time. Charles Olson, Sales Director with Tyler Technologies Public Safety Division. I had prepared some slides. I'll briefly go through those slides. I won't belabor any point too long. I know you guys have had a long morning and possibly a long afternoon ahead of you. If you're not familiar with our organization, Tyler Technologies, we are a company that's devoted to public sector software. It's 100% of our business. We're singularly focused on providing state and local government software. That's all we do. We have some solutions that are implemented here in Carson City now. Specifically in the sheriff's office, they use our civil service software, as well as statewide. All law enforcement agencies in Nevada use our e-citation software. There's connectivity between the solutions that Carson City is going to procure with us and the solutions they already have, and I'll share a little bit about that in a minute. If we want to advance the slide, I can.
Can I just have a small
ma'am.
repeat there? Did you say that every local law enforcement agency in Nevada utilizes portions of Tyler Technology?
Our e-citation
Okay.
solution is available to every law enforcement agency within the state, correct?
Okay.
Yep. Please advance this slide. We can move on. A little bit about us, our division, our public safety division was founded back in 1981. It still runs out of our division headquarters in Troy, Michigan. All of our support's domestic. We have about 380 implementations of the software that you guys are going to procure throughout the United States that are actively being used by law enforcement agencies. We support over 11,000 individual ORIs or individual law enforcement and public safety agencies nationwide with the software. Tyler's a publicly traded company. You could find us on the New York Stock Exchange at TYL. I encourage you to do that. There's a lot of volatility in the public safety software space right now with people buying other companies out. There's mergers and acquisitions. I say this to put some sense of stability to you folks that if you do business with Tyler, we're in it for the long haul. We're not going to be bought out by somebody else. It is a major concern right now in the software industry. All of our revenue is publicly available, so you can see our balance sheets. Important to know that we take the money that we make, we don't reinvest it, or we don't pay dividends on our stock. We reinvest it into the software that we have, and I'll talk a little bit about the fruits of that labor in a minute here. We could go ahead and advance this slide, unless anybody has any questions for me. Here's the breadth of our public safety deployments nationwide. We're in all 50 states. Here in Nevada, I talked a little bit about our e-citation implementation. We also service a lot of courts here in the state, as well as other municipal entities within the state of Nevada. Feel free to advance the slide. This is where we're going to stop for a second because I'm going to talk a little bit about the technology that you guys are going to procure. The Tiburon system, which the Sheriff's Office currently operates on, is one of the only Tiburon systems that I'm aware of that's still operational today. As sales director, I cover the majority of the United States. I work with a lot of other public safety entities. These Tiburon systems have slowly been replaced as they were end of life probably about 5 years ago. So I would say that Carson City has got a tremendous value and you got your money out of the system. But all that said, it is time to move on. What we're proposing is our third generation system. I said that we started this company back in 1981. If you guys are familiar with the old green screen AS400 technology, that's where we started. We moved on to a Microsoft-based application, and now everything is browser-based. So we're utilizing the latest technology that's available within the marketplace. We're proposing a completely AWS-hosted application. I'll talk a little bit more about the benefits of that in a minute. Everything's standard technology. So it's all standard stack. We're using SQL on the back end, if that's important to anybody here. And we have a mobile-first strategy at Tyler, meaning that your deputies can access information on the field and not be tethered to a vehicle. We could use mobile applications in the jail to do cell checks and scan individuals by facial recognition. There's a lot of benefits to new technology. Specific to the SO, I put some benefits together. We can help with increased response times. Currently, you guys aren't using any kind of proximity dispatch capabilities. With our system, we could utilize AVL and tell dispatchers where the closest available unit is rather than the next available unit. That'll save time and get officers to the scene faster. We can eliminate some of the redundant systems that you're currently using. Currently, there's multiple maps in the dispatch center from everything from cell to 911 calls. We consolidate that into a single map within the system. It'll eliminate the need for duplicate logins and to have different PCs and machines available to that staff. We can improve officer safety out on the road. Currently, information is not accessible outside the vehicle or outside an MDT. I talked a second about our mobile strategy. Deputies can access full mobile capabilities from a smart device. We could run an NCIC return on a mobile device. We could do a report straight from a mobile device. Extracting meaningful intelligence is very important, right? Our older technology like Tiburon, it was easy to get information into the system, but difficult to get information out of the system. You have to have a crystal wizard, which I believe the SO has a crystal wizard on staff now, but I think she's slated to retire. New systems are built to get information out of the system. Our system's no different. You could set up individual home pages with this in the system. You can set up dashboards, all for extracting meaningful intelligence so you could do deployment strategies and allocate your resources effectively and accordingly. And lastly, new technology will allow the staff to reduce a lot of the manual processes that are currently in place within the SO. There's, for example, within jail, there's limited interaction between deputies out in the field and the jail. With our software, they'll be able to start a pre-book and start that pre-book in the field, push information over the jail so they're not spending time in the Sally Port doing paperwork, and they could be back out in the field faster. That was a lot. I'm trying to talk fast for your benefit.
You're
Any
good.
questions?
No.
No?
So really just in general, though, there's a lot of technology that's available within this system, but we're not going to currently purchase all of it, right? I mean, some pieces would take more money and more implementation on our side, or his access is 100% there, but we, let me use mobile. I think that's what drew my attention. The mobile first, we would then have to buy the officers' cell phones because they're currently using their own. So let me just be clear, right? Yeah.
Thank you. One of the things that we talked about in this capital improvement portion of things is this what I'm calling the multi-system environment. So when we proposed this a couple of years ago, we were talking about a $2.1 million project in about year one or so. That includes the mobile communication devices. What Charles just spoke about is deployable in about 12 to 18 months, and it is all within the budget that has been presented.
Somehow my mind is telling me we did not authorize the purchase of mobile phones. I'm pretty sure, I'm pretty good with the little spreadsheets and the numbers.
Yes, ma'am.
But let me just say, I don't think its implementation though is 18 months, so that could be outside in another phase.
Yes,
Okay, I'll go with that. Let's go with that. All right. Anybody else have any questions on this item? Supervisor Giomi?
Yeah, thank you. I assume from a staffing standpoint, the implementation components is going to be a lot of involvement. I mean, I know when we implemented Tiburon, it was Rick Dodds and I, and we were pretty much dedicated to it at least a year and a half,
24/7.
almost full time. So we're preparing for that on both sides or all three sides, I guess.
Yes, sir.
why
So,
we did the position.
Jerome, can you hit your mic?
That's the position
Thank
we
you, sir.
did this morning.
yes, sir. A couple things. One is the position that we spoke of this morning is going to be very helpful, and that will be pretty much full-time
Right.
to the transition. Number two, we are looking to mission-critical partners, which will be the next
Yeah,
item. I don't want to take too much away from my testimony on that particular one. And then also the implementation from Tyler Tech. They have, I think, done a pretty good job, and the people we've spoken to and the methods that we used maybe 20-some years ago and the lessons learned that I've heard from you and the sage advice. If we screw up the implementation, we can really cause a lot of a ripple effect of problems. Yes, we are already today starting the planning on how to do this implementation so we do it right, so it gets done without full-time drudgery
Yeah.
and the pain that has been experienced in the past.
You know, I think the issue for us with Tiburon is that we were a little bit in the dark. They didn't do a good job of prepping us, and we didn't have a consultant. The city did not hire a consultant behind that. So we didn't know what questions to ask. So a lot of the mistakes that you have inherited in Tiburon in terms of what the reporting districts look like or the run districts look like, you know, we were flying by the seat of our pants. So I'm really happy to hear that between Tyler, between the position, between the knowledgeable people you have on staff now that, you know, like, are the reporting districts, this is probably more in the weeds than it needs to be, and I can talk to you offline. Are the reporting districts changing? Are those sort of things changing so that data would potentially be lost, or historical data would be lost, or it wouldn't be lost, it would change? Is that something you're looking at?
Well, yeah, I mean, there is a very good possibility. We're never going to lose the data.
Right, I didn't mean that, but
but-
comparatively,
You
if you do
start
change
losing it.
reporting districts or run districts or whatever, the historical data won't be a direct comparison. There'll be a separation, right?
Unless we use the exact same system
gonna have
and
to
never
do that.
changed anything,
Yeah.
we were going to
Okay.
change something. But this is a really neat opportunity for us to go, well, we've been doing it this way for quite some time. Why? Well, now we have this new technology where we can do things maybe faster, better,
Yeah.
more simple, and start doing some improvement and start cutting down on some times. And I'll just compliment you. The system that we're working with now is working really darn good. And if it wasn't for hardware requiring us to change, we could keep going.
Yeah.
But hardware and security, it just means that eventually one day we're going to turn this thing on and it's not going to work.
No, I wasn't advocating not changing. I'm all for that. So
Roger that.
thank you for the work you've done, and you know, Tyler, it sounds like you're living up to what we need for our community. So
Thank
thank
you,
you.
sir.
My question really is to Frank. So when we look to invest, because I consider it an investment with a technology company, w- And maybe it's a different division, but have we used Tyler already? Is that Technologies, that company that we're currently
So
using in
current,
this city?
so currently we're using, Frank Cabela, Chief Information Officer. Currently, we are using Tyler Munis. These are two separate support companies and two separate entities within the Tyler umbrella. So we can't really compare apples to apples on that. So you have the Munis component, which is the ERP, and then you have the public safety component, which is completely on the other side. So to answer your question, yes, it is still Tyler, but there are two separate support mechanisms and pretty much two separate companies in the same company.
And you're convinced this half of the company is living up to its, what it touts? Let's just say it that way.
The simple
I'm sorry, but we
yeah.
already have experience with Tyler, and I'm not so sure that we're gonna say that every project deliverables hitting the mark. So I wanna make sure when we're investing here, we have confidence that this is the company we should be going with.
To keep the answer simple, yes.
Okay,
I'm very, very
thank you.
comfortable with it.
That's all I needed. Okay, anybody else? Nothing? Okay, how about any public comment on this item? Mr. French?
Thank you, Mary. Denny French, Carson City. Because I didn't get the 3,008 pages, I didn't get a chance to read into this. So the implication is that you're going to buy the system, but not the devices that then would be carried or loaded into a vehicle and such. And I had questions about which towers are going to be used. What companies will they be teaming with to get these messages from this vehicle to that officer to those individuals and such. So I didn't get to read all that, but it would be nice to have somebody just in a quick ball of things. But in this case, we're just buying the idea. Oh, is it right there? So what pages I can look up. But that's a worry to me because right now we're looking at a lot of different towers. And as far as my understanding was, the city was going to be renting out different tower sites, even on telephone poles or light poles and different things for communication tele-wise. And are we overcrowding our system or getting with a system that's not as reputable as the company we're going to be asking to utilize them? So that's a question to me. So if somebody can take me outside and tell me, or I'll take that from Supervisor White and give it a good read in 2 days, I'll get back to you and have same questions. But thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any other public comment? Okay, then I'll bring it back up here for a motion. Supervisor Giomi.
I move to approve the contract as presented and authorize the undersheriff to approve expenditure of the contingency if necessary.
I have a motion and a second by Supervisor Horton. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say no. Let the record reflect it was unanimous. We're now moving on to agenda. Oh, I
Thank
thought you
you.
were like, good luck to finish. Okay. Agenda item 16B. This is an amendment to the professional services contract between Carson City and Mission Critical Partners to expand the scope of the agreement to include assisting in the implementation of the Tyler technologies that we just got done speaking about for an additional amount of $135,000 for a total not to exceed of $331,128 and extending the agreement through December 30, 2026. Does any member of the board have a question on this contract? I don't think so. Any public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll accept a motion. Supervisor Shooty.
I move to approve the amendment to this agreement.
Second?
I have a motion and a second for approval of the amendment. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Let the record reflect it was unanimous. We're now on to agenda item 16C. Go forth and do great things. We can't wait for, I don't know, is that a ribbon cutting for a new computer system? I don't know. Sounds right to me, though. I love doing ribbon cutting, so just in case. Let's do one, right?
Computer tape.
Computer tape, I love it.
Frank, use some of that.
Maybe
No,
caution,
come on.
yellow caution tape? What? Okay. So we're on to agenda item 16C. Discussion and possible action regarding a determination that Granite Construction Company is the lowest responsive and responsible bidder pursuant to Nevada Revised Statute, Chapter 338, whether to award contract number 25300-330 for the East William Street Complete Streets Project to Granite for a total amount not to exceed of $22,485,624.52 and an 8% contingency. Darren, are you gonna just give us a high-level briefing on this?
Yep. So Darren Anderson, city engineer for Carson City. I was thinking about the timeline. This project started off in 2022, and so it's been a few years. Really, the public would have seen us primarily in 2023 into 2024, where we had the public meetings and a lot of that outreach. So the last probably 9 months was spent with talking to some of the property owners on getting the easements and then getting approval from FHWA. So anyways, we've put the project out to bid. So here we are. This is the fourth of the major corridor projects. So the first was downtown Carson, then Curry, then South Carson Street. So this project is similar as far as the amount of work that's happening and what would be expected for a lot of underground utility work early on, and then the surface improvements, sidewalk replacement of gaps in sidewalks, extension of pathway, all that kind of stuff. Worth noting is this contract does have a little under half of the funding is through a federal raise grant. So a pretty substantial amount that's not local, as well as this item is only one of the two contracts for the work. But for the public, it's really going to be seen as one project. So the other one that was on consent earlier also had a pretty substantial amount of federal funding. So just noting that a lot of this project is happening not entirely from the local level. We did receive one bid for the project, so it's tougher for us to compare bids in that case, but we did have an independent cost estimator as well as an engineer's estimate. So we spent a lot of time reviewing the bid to make sure that we're comfortable with the amounts. And our estimate was pretty aggressive. So with that review, we do feel good with the bid received from Granite. Granite is well known in our region as well as throughout the country, so we're pretty confident that they'll provide a good product. As far as next steps go, we do plan to have a construction kickoff meeting with the public, and at that time, that's when anybody that's curious about the road closures, impacts to their business, who to contact if they've got concerns, all that information will be shared. And as we expect the construction probably to kick off in early July, assuming that we get the contract approved. So after that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
And how long is for the completion of the project estimated?
It'll go through 2026. So a lot of the work will happen this fall into the winter, early spring of 2026. And then kind of the button-up work would happen in the summer of next year.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions? No? Is there any public comment on this item? Nope. Okay, I'll accept a motion, please. There you go. We have patterns around here. We got to stay on pattern. Supervisor Horton.
I move to approve the contract as presented and authorize the Public Works Director to approve expenditure of the 8% contingency if necessary.
I have a motion and a second for approval. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Let the record reflect it was unanimous. Okay, we did 17A this morning. So I'll tell you what, we're going to recess as the Board of Supervisors, and we're going to take just like a 2-minute while you all come set up for Redevelopment Authority. So I can we ready to go? I'm gonna call to order the redevelopment authority to order. You can tell it's 4:30. We're gonna make our 5:30. We need to get going. May I have a roll call, please?
Chairperson Bagwell,
Here.
Vice Chair Giammi,
Here.
Member White, Member Horton, Member Shute.
Here.
You've got your quorum.
Thank you so much. We're now on to agenda item number 21, which is opening public comment for the Redevelopment Authority. Do I have any public comment for the redevelopment? Thank you very much. We're moving on to agenda item 22A, which is the approval of our minutes. Does any member of the board have any changes or corrections to the minutes? I'll accept a motion for approval, please.
Move to approve Carson City Redevelopment Authority meeting minutes from 6 February 2025 as presented.
I have a motion and a second for approval. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Let the record reflect it was unanimous. Agenda item 23A, discussion and possible action on the proposed Carson City Redevelopment Authority 2026 tentative budget and capital improvement plan. Ms. Benaboo?
Thank you very much. Sherry Russell, Chief Financial Officer for the record. You're right,
Who?
this has been a,
I said it right.
this has been a very long meeting.
I was so proud of
You did.
myself.
Yes,
for not
good
calling you
job.
Russell.
Okay, so the first slide is highlights. There is an error on this slide. It is not going 8% for commercial as we talked about in the previous item. It's 7.1. And then in the services and supplies, this is actually a decrease. And that is an error in the tentative budget that will be corrected. What happened is we have incentive payments for the two malls and Nissan. And I got a little ahead of myself. One of the incentives ends in 2025, November, but it's paid calendar year. So come February 2026, we will still have to pay them a full 11 months. So I reduced it a little too early. So this will reduce next year, but it does need to be the full budget this year, which is 370,800 as opposed to the 220,800. So it adds 150,000. And then we'll talk about capital in a moment. This slide is just all three funds, the operating fund, the revolving, and the debt fund, all wrapped into one little pretty package. Interest earnings have been pretty high, so we've had a little more undesignated, which is great. Nothing else really super exciting to report on that slide. The next is a breakout I always do between the districts because there is a downtown district and a South Carson Street district. So this first page is not overly exciting. It's just breaking out the different revenues and services and supplies. And then the few expenses or salaries we have in there. The next page, though, does show the difference between District 1 and District 2. It also shows the courthouse reconfiguration design in there. And so while it looks like a big difference, we did have a lot of South Carson Street expenses very early on with the car dealerships. And so we're basically paying that back by doing this courthouse redesign in District 1. So
Well, not paying it back, you mean distributing
well, we're
across
distributing it equally over the life
Time.
of the
Over time.
districts. Yeah.
Right.
On this also includes the two supplementals, which the Public Works parking, or no, street maintenance or street closures, they're asking for an increase of 25,000, so that budget would go to 50,000, and then park signs are 30,000. So those are included, just so you get a final picture of what it will look like. If you don't approve it, those amounts would just go into undesignated. The next slide is the 5-year plan, what our 5-year RTCs looks like. So the first slide, bright yellow, are the changes that I've already told you about. Again, if you don't approve the supplementals, those would just go down to undesignated. And then the next slide is the capital.
So let's go back a slide then, just so I can talk about a little bit. Park signs, why are we needing to increase park signs? Where are we deficient, or where are we needing to do that in the redevelopment districts? So that's Mills Park, what else? Talk to me about that.
Jennifer Budge, Parks and Recreation Director. Actually, the request was for one sign. It's the north sign on the north side of the community center that says Carson City Community Center. It doesn't work. It's falling apart. And that was the redevelopment request that we submitted. It's not multiple signs.
Okay. Okay. Okay, thanks. I hate not being on Parks and Rec anymore. I used to know this all by the top of my head. Okay, thank you. Anybody else have any on the regular part before we get to capital? Everybody's good? Okay, let's do capital.
Okay. So again, this is the capital that we are looking at doing in fiscal year 2026. We still do have quite a bit of undesignated falling out. However, in the next year, that will be taken by the courthouse redesign.
I do want to talk about something on this, and I touched on it a little bit with Darren earlier. That dealt with, you see the Jack Downtown Transit Center. And so I'm struggling here because, so what he said to us was that he had like a small workaround or a small improvement to the existing site that was on the slide over there. So I'm trying to understand what we're reserving here, because the 100,000 re-estimated, is that the small fixes plus what we just talked about? And then why are we doing another 250 in reserve? Because I'm concerned we do not have enough in the courthouse.
Darren Schultz for the record. Yeah, it does require some explanation. I think probably the word I should have used is we broke it up into kind of phases. So the first phase, the 100,000, is the smaller level of things that we can do to make it more accommodating. The next phase, that next year, that's where we're talking about trying to do like some restrooms and take it to that next step. Now, the reason we broke it apart was because of what's going on downtown, and we don't want to get too far in front of ourselves. So that's why we decided to kind of phase it. So that's what you're seeing here.
I'm just admitting, I'm just struggling with even what you could accomplish in FY '26 with the $250,000 with everything, as you accurately state, going on with downtown. So we've had lots of discussions
We have.
about when we phase things and we're trying to time things, and then the money gets held and rolled over and rolled over and rolled over for years. And I just don't know that I've seen a concrete plan that we have all the parties, private property owners and everyone else coming together on a downtown Jack Transit Center. So certainly coming from RTC and dealing with all of that, I'm not saying I don't recognize a need. I'm just not convinced I should be reserving the $250,000 for a project that I don't have any concrete buy-in from the private property owners versus my absolute needs potentially for juvenile facilities, courthouse facilities. And so I'm asking, if we gave you the 100,000 that you have now to make it better with where we are today with the transit center, because I really believe we're going to need those dollars down in the courthouse.
If you could give me 60 seconds to try to go
Yes.
look up some documents, I can be back up here. You
I'm
can
more
work on
than
other
happy to
things.
do that, because it's just, we're having a good discussion, or we're going to, so thank you. And it's a tough one, and sorry I didn't get to you earlier, but I read 3,000 some odd pages until my eyeballs popped out of my head or something like that, right? Yeah, droopy eyes. More than one nap. So let's skip a little bit then and talk about the courthouse, because that's really where I think all of us are trying. So there's two items there, the courthouse redesign and the intercom system. And so I look to those to say, when is our plan to be going out for design and stuff on the court? Walk me through a little bit on the courthouse. Who's working all the pieces on the courthouse? Because it's multiple pieces.
I'm guessing it's Darren.
The same guy? Oh,
Same
the
guy.
same 60-second guy. Okay, wait a
Can
second
someone
then.
whistle the Jeopardy theme?
No,
No.
because, well,
Yeah, how
well,
much
it's the
does your,
stuff we've
how
always
much does your
done.
binder weigh? Did you weigh it? Do you not want to know?
Let's talk about
Did you budget for it?
Mills Park walkways. We've been doing that so much per year to try and get in on that one, but we have the major funding that we got from the grant, and is some things gonna move around, walkways gonna change, things of that. I'm just looking real honest with everyone, right? Every dollar we can to put to the court. I don't believe we're gonna bring it in. I just have no faith. And I want to make sure there's enough money, because I don't want to get 75% through the courthouse and we're short and we have nowhere to get it. So
I might be able to help a little bit. I'm not sure if it's already reflected, but Jennifer Budge, Parks and Recreation Director. So we've had 75,000 every year allocated for Mills Park, and we've, because we have had claims and injuries and safety issues, primarily from tree roots, because we have these lovely trees, but there's unintended consequences. And we've been reinvesting in the path system in the Mills Park. This year, we had 75,000 allocated. We are not able to spend the 75,000 this year. And I had let Hope know we could really use it next year, because we'll have pickleball done and a couple key projects, and it will be a key time frame for us before we actually start the Snippelma projects. They'll be in design, where we have some gaps that we need to fill. But we didn't want to spend it now because it's
just
a
what
lot of
we're talking
logistics
about.
and it's just difficult. So we won't be spending the 75,000 for this year, but we need it for next year. So my recommendation was either roll over the money that we have for this year for next, or next year give us that money, and then you can reallocate 75,000 toward the courthouse or whatever.
So
you
for
need.
today's purposes, because it can roll over in the standard augmentation that
Yeah.
Sherry does,
But
we
we
can
won't
take
need
that
both of yours.
75,000 right now and move it down to
Yeah.
the
But we won't need
courthouse.
both.
Right, thank you.
Yeah.
See, great minds are thinking alike here. So,
And the sign, I mean, honestly, it's not critical. It's the exterior sign. It's not working. It's not operational. It's helpful to help people find it, especially
but we
at
haven't
night.
been using it for how long?
It's been operational for years.
For years?
Mhm. So it helps people find the location, especially if they're new and at night, especially the theater side.
I would leave the sign. I
But-
would leave the sign.
Okay.
So,
Can we make the letters as big as the pavilion?
no.
I knew that.
Just
Oh
asking.
my
I think
gosh.
the current scale of the sign is
Yeah.
great. It's just, they
Okay.
just don't work.
Okay.
So,
Okay, so you're in this spreadsheet, you're gonna move the 75,000 down to the courthouse. You're on it, okay? Did we stall 60 seconds? And I got 75,000 out of it. How much are you giving me?
Darren Schultz for the record. So I talked to Chris. And so we need $50,000. And the project that is underway right now is lighting, security, ADA. And with $50,000 more this year, we can complete that project.
Okay.
All future improvements, restrooms, all that other stuff, he agreed it makes sense to push that off into the future until we have clear direction. So
Okay, so we'll move 200,000, we'll leave that line at 50 and move 200,000 more to the courthouse project. Thank you.
She has the
yeah.
timeline of the courthouse pulled up, so I'm
Okay,
gonna.
so yeah, where are we going on the courthouse? Thank you. Thank you.
This is just from the board retreat, but we had spring of 2025 looking for a new office for the clerk recorder, and I think we're going along with that pretty good. So I think that might come in June possibly, and then they'll begin the design for the atrium and levels 1 through 3, and then. In the summer, they'll reconfigure level 1 for the DA's office after the clerk recorder moves out. And then winter 25, 26, the DA's office will move to the level 1. They'll reconfigure level 2 that's vacated by the DA. And then summer 2026, court clerks will move into the level 2 space, and they'll begin the new courtroom reconfiguration for the Justice of the Peace. And they'll proceed with the atrium construction, filling in those open spaces. And December 26th, they say courtrooms ready for occupancy. And
When is it ready?
December 2026, the courtrooms will be ready for occupancy. And then
I know, I'm scared.
fall of 27,
It's okay.
they'll move alternative sentencing and reconfigure alternative sentencing for the judges' chambers. So it'll go through the end of 2027.
And the judges are slated for January of
Election
27?
of, yeah.
They don't have a chamber, they might have a courtroom?
They might have to borrow one from one of the
Chair.
other.
The Fluck, sorry. We were good to them today as best we
Yeah, they
can
were
be,
talking
right? We're
about
trying
sharing.
hard, trying hard. They're gonna have some, share the love or share the space or share something. Yeah.
Mayor, I wanted to say one more thing too, and Sherry might. When we were at the board retreat, a portion of the funding for the courthouse is actually from the Extraordinary Maintenance Fund also.
No, I know that's
yeah.
not all. I
Okay.
get it.
Okay,
I'm telling you, you don't have enough money.
Okay.
Not, well, none of the projects that we've been experiencing have, they just haven't come in, and I'd rather have, it, actually, I would love it if we came in under budget. Let's just go with that, right? We're trying to experience under budget, okay? Supervisor Giomi, did you have another question
Oh,
or
no,
just?
no, I just didn't
Okay.
lower my hand.
Okay. Happy to. All right, what else we got? Yeah, that's pretty.
Reminding everybody for this item that the final board meeting will be May 27th for approval of the final budget or adoption of the final budget, and then it is due June 1st.
Okay, so is there any public comment on agenda item 23A? I'll take a motion, please. Supervisor Shooty?
I move to approve the proposed Carson City Redevelopment Authority fiscal year 2026 tentative budget with the
Changes discussed on the
changes
record?
discussed on the record, and CIP, and direct staff to implement any changes discussed today and return to this board with a final budget for adoption at the meeting scheduled for May 27th, 2025.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Okay, let the record reflect the vote was 4 yeses, 1 no, being Supervisor White. We're now moved to agenda item 24A, discussion and possible action regarding the recommendation to the Board of Supervisors for the expenditure of $1,922,425 from the fiscal year 26 redevelopment revolving fund to support various events, incentives, and capital improvement projects as included in the FY 2026 redevelopment budget and capital improvement plan.
Okay, this report, Hope Sullivan, Community Development Director. This is essentially the Redevelopment Authority making a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors authorizing the expenditure of the budgeted items. That said, this report was done before I realized we were including the courthouse reconfiguration, the courthouse intercom, systems in, so the numbers are off. So in taking this action, I would suggest that you, and I'm putting this on the record for the minutes, that you include the courthouse reconfiguration at 5.4 million and the courthouse intercom system at $200,564, and that you remove the Millhouse walkway replacements, which are in at 75,000, and that we reduce the Jack Downtown Transit System from 250,000 to 50,000. And with that, I would ask that you recommend that the Board of Supervisors authorize the expenditure consistent with the budgeted items.
Does anybody have any questions or thoughts on this?
Yeah, just,
Yeah,
I mean,
okay,
the,
let's get the money right.
the 5.4 million would actually be more now, correct?
Yeah, because
Be-
we moved
Be making
275,000
math.
into it.
So 5.575 million. Is that right?
So with the money from both the sidewalk and the Jack Bus Station, plus the intercom system, I have 5,875,546.
Yeah, what's the two numbers?
So the two numbers are 5,675,000
675. Oh, yeah, I had it wrong.
and then 200,546. Yeah, the other one doesn't change.
For the intercom. Okay, is there any public comment on this item? Okay, I'll accept a motion. Member Giomi.
I move to recommend to the Board of Supervisors approval of the expenditures with the changes read into the record.
I second.
All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Let the record reflect the vote was 4 yeses and 1 no, with Supervisor White dissenting. Okay, we are on final public comment for the Redevelopment Authority. Okay, don't see any, then we will adjourn as the Redevelopment Authority. We will reconvene as the Board of Supervisors. We are on agenda item 28A, which is the replication of the other half of what we just got done, acting as the Board of Supervisors. Is there any other discussion that anyone has on this item?
Madam Mayor, for the benefit of the record, I want to read the numbers into the record, just so when the minutes will reflect that when the resolution comes out. The resolution will be modified to add $200,564 for the courthouse intercom, $5,675,000 for the courthouse reconfiguration. It will remove the $75,000 for the Mill Park walkway replacement, and it will reduce the Jack Downtown Transit Center from $250,000 to $50,000. And with those modifications to the resolution, I would ask that you adopt the resolution consistent with the budget.
Is there any public comment on this item? Remember to do that. Okay, and I'll bring it up here for the motion, please.
I move to adopt resolution number 2025-R-7 with the changes read into the record.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Let the record reflect the 2/3 adoption rule has been met, with the vote being 4 yeses and 1 no by Supervisor White. Thank you. Okay.
I'm going to say real quick, this was not an easy day. I do not want to be any of you right now, but I really appreciate all your help with the budget this
Well,
year.
you're staying. You didn't get that word?
No.
Yeah, I think, yeah. I think-
No.
Isn't that what Nancy said?
Pretty sure I'm not saying no.
Yeah, you gotta.
Oh, give me a break. All right. Thank you.
You know, what I would like to do, though, is I'm going to skip and grab, just for the interest here, agenda item 30. Is there any announcements, city manager updates, or anything that we can deal with under agenda item 30? Anybody have anything great to share? Supervisor Shooty.
I just wanted to give a shout out to the emergency management team. That was really the course, the 4-day course last week was incredibly helpful, thought-provoking, the Quad County. It was great to work together and see how everyone really came to the table, shared resources. I also wanted to give a shout out to the CERT team. Last week I was there during the certificate presentation, and then I watched a grid exercise. And, these are volunteers out working to help our community better. And then a shout out to our wonderful community who came out for last Saturday's Bark, Wine, and Dine. Cassie has to date helped spay and neuter close to 1,500 animals, and that's a direct impact to reducing surrenders to the shelter and animals running at large. And so it really is a community effort. And so kudos to everyone who came out to support the good works across the board. So thanks.
And what a super celebration we had for the America 250 birthday and Arbor Day. And it was wonderful to have the students from Mark Twain singing Old Glory. It really was wonderful. And then to, just give remembrance to the tree, to the Washington elm that was done and donated by the Maryland Daughters of the American Revolution. That sits in how old it is, from 1932. And to imagine that we're the state that has the tree that's left. The rest have not been able to survive. And so and we hope that that tree can survive, because they're going to be tearing down the Blaisdell building. But then to come together as a community with the Rotary and the Daughters of the American Revolution, and then the school children and just community members planting the tree. So thank you, Supervisor Horton and Supervisor Shooty, for helping protect the roadways to allow all those kiddos to help plant a tree. So it was a wonderful celebration. Supervisor Horton.
I just very quickly wanted to say thank you to Sherry and Pam and their staff for all their hard work and all the questions answered. You're doing a great job. Thank you.
Ms. Paulson.
I was going to say the same thing. Thanks to the finance department and all the departments and the elected offices. As you can see from Hope's, 6-inch binder, whatever that is.
That's the biggest thing I've ever seen.
Oh, that's your stuff? Oh, okay. All right. Well, those two big books over there. It takes a lot of time in getting all those numbers to match, and we were literally still doing spreadsheets last night to try to get this going. So, and I do want to say this is my 26th budget, and it will also be my last.
Well, don't be so happy over there.
Yeah, I agree.
I saw joy. Okay, no, Supervisor White.
Yes, I would like to let the community know that Carson City has a new event. It is called the Dark Prison Haunt. It will run at Nevada State Prison, May 16, 17, and 18. We expect to put 3,000 people through that prison in 3 days. We're going to be busy.
Do you already have 2,000 signups?
As of Monday afternoon, 2 days after tickets were released, we had right at 400 purchases.
Oh, you're going to get there. You're going to get there. Is this a paranormal kind of bent to it?
No, this is a haunted house where prison was abandoned without releasing the prisoners.
Oh, that should
And
still be
there's a
fun.
mad doctor experimenting on them.
plans to do it at Halloween as well?
Yes. We are
Practice
hoping
run
this-
is May.
Yes, we're hoping this parlays into a long-term partnership with Dark Corner Creative.
Fantastic.
What's that?
Kids.
It will scare you, so choose wisely if you bring your children.
Woo-hoo, woo-hoo. Okay, I don't see that anyone else has anything just shareable, so agenda item 30 is completed. We will be in recess to pick back up at 5:30 with agenda item 29A and then the final public comment. So that's what I believe, unless I miss anything. Everybody check mark along with me? Woo! Okay, so then we are in recess till 5:30. Thank you. Board of Supervisors back to order. We're on our time-specific agenda item 29A, discussion and possible action regarding an updated master plan, setting forth a long-term general plan for the physical development of Carson City. Ms. Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor Hope Sullivan, Community Development Director. I want to introduce Mackenzie Ray, who's sitting with me tonight. She's been helping throughout the process and helped a lot with the late material you saw in putting together maps and coming to some of the listening sessions. So this will be her first time on the front lines with us. I want to acknowledge some of the planning commissioners who are in the audience. Terry Preston, our former chair, is here, and she was the chair during most of the process of the master plan update. Ellen DeChristopher is here with us. Our current chairman, Chuck Borders, is here, and our vice chairman, Vern Cron. I don't believe there's any other commissioners in the audience. I believe Maggie Squire is with us remotely on behalf of Clarion. Darcy White, who's been our project manager with Clarion, had a family emergency, so she can't join us, but she's been very active throughout the whole process. I also just want to, this is sort of just directing traffic at the moment. You have 3 pieces of late material, and I just want to make sure all the board members have that. One is, and I believe it was Commissioner or Supervisor Giomi requested, a detailed list of every single change of land use designation from the 2006 master plan as recommended by the Planning Commission. It's dated April 2025 and includes a series of maps. That's one of 3. The second of 3 is a memo from me where I've looked at what the Planning Commission's recommendations are, and I haven't necessarily agreed with all of them. So I have given you a memo from me which comments on them, provides also, I need to thank Lindsay Boyer, who went through the open space properties that were actually erroneously designated as we speak, not through the future amendments, and so that we could clean up those. And the last one I just handed out this evening are just some small typographical errors. With that, I'm going to turn it over to well, let me say this first. Planning Commission did conduct a public hearing on the master plan amendment at its meeting of May 26, 2025. They had a vote of 5-0 with 2 absent to recommend approval to the Board of Supervisors based on the ability to make the required findings. And those findings are on page 2,422 through 2,423 of your packet. I'll also note the Board of Supervisors is the group that's authorized to approve the master plan amendment upon finding that the proposed master plan amendment conforms to the master plan. With that, I'd like to turn it over first to the Chairman of the Planning Commission, Chuck Borders, for some opening comments, and then he'll turn it over to Vern Cron, who will make some comments, and then we'll have Maggie Squire give a quick presentation, and then it will come back to me. Thank you.
Mr. Borders.
Thank you. Mayor and Supervisors, as the Chairman of the Planning Commission, I'd like to give you some of our thoughts and ideas regarding this new version of the Carson City Master Plan. We began this process well over a year ago, and the dedication and effort put forth by the city staff and this commission was extraordinary. And this, I would like to say once, if not twice tonight, this is not the Steve Neighbors Master Plan. This is the Carson City Master Plan. The previous master plan was adopted in 2006, and depending upon whom you talk to, was generated by a cadre of 6 to 10 people, as well as a consultant team. By contrast, we've had hundreds of participants, and as well as each member of the Planning Commission, the Board of Supervisors, and the staff. They've all dedicated countless hours to achieve what we have in front of you today. Is it perfect? Probably not. Is it better and more reflective of Carson City 2025 as opposed to Carson City 2006? Emphatically, yes. We must always remember that this is a living planning document and not something written in stone. Once a year, as it's been our custom, the Planning Commission presents to the Board of Supervisors proposed amendments to the master plan based on the current situation and changes in land use. And we will continue to do that as our new master plan evolves. 2 things that I believe are important to remember about this plan. First, it is a land use plan and not a zoning plan or a solution to community problems. We do not address homelessness, crime, roads, or other city ills. We, the commission, had to constantly remind ourselves that this is a land use plan for future development and management of the growth of Carson City. Secondly, we're constantly aware that beauty is in the eye of the beholder. That phrase, small town feel, has a different meaning to as many people as say it. We cannot quantify a small town field. The dilemma we as a commission faced is empty buildings and office spaces versus multi-use options, affordability versus density, building height versus clutter, vibrant entrance corridors versus strip centers. This plan embraces these problems while keeping our beautiful and small town alive. The next steps after the adoption are to enter our maps from the master plan into the city's GIS system so that everyone, the public and us included, can drill down to specific areas that are their concern to see exactly what is in the plan. I know that trying to go through the maps that we have are very difficult. It would be so much simpler if it was on our city website and you could go to any particular place and look at it. After some review, there will undoubtedly be some changes. The Planning Commission is currently planning a 60-day review to make any recommendations to the Board of Supervisors. After the initial period, the Commission will continue the process of updating Title 18 to match the plan. We think we have a very good plan for you, and we would urge that you adopt it. Thank you.
Mr. Cron?
Oh, good evening, Mayor, Board. Thank you. Mayor, Board, good evening. For the record, I'm Vern Cron, Vice Chair of the Planning Commission. Like Commissioner Borders, this past 12 to 15 months have been a blur. The commission has worked very long and hard with city staff and have been out listening to the community, holding hearings and doing multiple workshops on this plan. One of the key things, though, that I know stood out to me because it really was an emotional point for a lot of the people in the city was the idea of the small town character. Now, I agree with my chairman that you can't quantify it, but I do think it's important to keep in mind that there's a feeling in Carson City, and that feeling we heard multiple times, a small town feel, charming small town, quaint historic city, small town character, and many, many more adjectives that were used for the feeling that the residents of this town have toward our community, which I think is good. And we heard many voices, and I like to take the high road, and I believe that all these people that came out because of a love for this community and the appreciation for our quality of life. So in a few moments that I have with you tonight, I want to answer the following question, because I do think it's worthy of at least that. Does the proposed 2025 master plan provide land use policies that will continue or perpetuate the small town character? And I believe it does. So let me break this down for you. And this is one of the things that I really spent a lot of time struggling with as I got ready to vote for the plan. Because I started asking myself the question, what does or should a small town consist of? And the answer, I have multiple answers here, but I'll share with you a few of them. A vibrant downtown. One of the things that I think that this plan does in goal 6.2 and 6.3 talks about facilitating the revitalization of the vacant and underutilized property, mixed uses, adaptive reuse, infill and redevelopment, private investment. I think those are all good things, and I believe this plan does support that. It also talks about downtown as a hub for year-round activities and future development that reinforce the identity of the downtown area, along with a broad mix of uses, while respecting the historic content of the area and certainly an inviting and pedestrian-friendly environment. One of the other things that I know we listened to during the process was the reduction of the heights of buildings in the downtown. The 2006 master plan had some fairly tall buildings. They are now down by right to 4- and 3-story buildings in the downtown, which I think is another way to help quantify that feel for that downtown, or that not only the downtown, but also that small town character. So as I continue, I said, well, what does or should a small town consist of? And my answer, another one, was thriving gateway corridors, full of life and activities. Enhanced safety, goal 6.1 in the master plan talks about enhancement of the safety, functional, and appearance of the gateway corridors.
And the corridor mixed-use policies reinforce that, having no storefronts and including potentially residential housing, mixed housing types within the corridor. And again, these land use policies encourage a mixed-use pattern of development to make it possible to live, work, and meet day-to-day needs within a single neighborhood. I think that's a very important aspect of the plan. Then again, continuing on in that same vein, does or should a small town consist of no urban sprawl? I think that's addressed in Goal 4.1, enhancing our open space network, or Goal 4.4, promoting access to federal and state lands as a community amenity. Our community wants to keep our open space lands from development and accessible for recreational opportunities, both active and passive. What does or should a community consist of? One more question. Economic vitality. Opportunity to work in the town I live in. And for local businesses to feel supported and thrive. Goal 5.2 addresses this in my mind. It maintains and enhances Carson City's primary job base. Goal 5.3 recognizes and adapts to the impact of the technology work and workforce patterns. One more time, and I know this is repetitive, but it helped me get a handle around this. What does or should a small town consist of? Livable neighborhoods, an opportunity to live in the town I work in, have a variety of housing types for various income levels, stages of life, and lifestyles. The land use policies in this plan, I believe, promote that. 4 different residential categories: conservation reserve, low-density residential, medium-density residential, and high-density residential. Plus, in Goal 7.1, expanding housing options to meet the needs of existing and future residents and workers of all ages, abilities, and income levels is another aspect that I think makes a small town a unique place, livable communities. And 2 more to go. What does or should a small town consist of? A connected city, being connected to each other through various, not only through an efficient transportation system, but trails and sidewalks. We heard time and time again, everyone loves being 10 to 15 minutes away from anything in town. We have people who enjoy and love our trail system. It's a walkable and bikeable community. Goal 9.1 provides a safe and efficient multimodal transportation system for all users. And Goal 9.3 establishes a citywide system of goals, multi-use paths, and bike lanes. My last one. What does or should a small town consist of? Its unique history and culture. Carson City residents love our town's history and culture. We heard that time and time again. And it's a part, and many people really feel that historic aspect of our town is a part of our small charm, especially the historic district in Carson City. Those are addressed, I believe, in Goals 8.1, which talks about protecting and preserving Carson City's historic and cultural resources. 8.2, promote heritage tourism, and 8.3, support the expansion of artistic and cultural programs and events. So, in closing, as you might imagine, the Planning Commission heard many voices, many ideas, many opinions about what Carson City should be over the next 20 years. Sorting this out, as Commissioner Borders indicated, was not an easy task. But I do believe that the document before you tonight makes a good effort to blend the community's concerns and inputs, addresses long-term planning issues, and presents a roadmap that will preserve Carson City's small town character and while giving it well-managed growth. Thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Maggie, you're up.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Supervisors. I hope you can hear me all right. I'm actually having an issue sharing my camera via WebEx, so you don't have to see me tonight. Great.
Maggie, we can hear you, so just proceed, please.
Should I share the PowerPoint?
Please. Actually, we can run the PowerPoint. You can just speak and say next slide.
Okay. Well, I know you've been working all day, so I'll just go ahead and start. This is going to be a high-level overview of what changes have been made since the 2006 plan, and also a light review of the process. Next slide, please. So this project took off in the fall of 2023 with the objective of updating the city's existing master plan to reflect how Carson City has changed over the past almost 20 years. And that process included a review of existing city policies and regulations, an analysis of current trends and conditions, and countless conversations with Carson City residents and business owners that culminated in the document that you have before you today. Next slide, please. As staff and the Planning Commission can attest to, a variety of outreach opportunities were provided as part of this process. This included both in-person and online opportunities, such as Saturday morning meetings at the library, evening community meetings, virtual presentations and document sharing opportunities, and several work sessions with elected and appointed officials. Next slide, please. And what we heard time and again was that people love living in Carson City. So 2 high-level questions were asked. First, what is your favorite thing about Carson? As Vern touched on, people love the small town atmosphere and sense of community. We heard how much people enjoy having access to bigger city amenities, but still maintaining that small town feel. Their appreciation of the local outdoor recreation opportunities and support for the look and feel of downtown Carson City. When asked what you would change about Carson if you could change one thing, we heard a lot of people say that there was an issue with the type and price points of housing in Carson City. You know, people want to live near where they work. And so that's not only more affordable housing options for lower income adults, but also higher end option for those looking to retire in Carson City or for higher wage workers in the community as well. Well, we couldn't go to one meeting without someone bringing up the need to revitalize and redevelop vacant properties along your high priority corridors. And then commonly we heard that people are looking for better connectivity for walking and biking, access to small businesses, preservation of your local history, and also free or low cost activities for youth and young adults. Next slide, please. So now we're going to look at some of the notable changes since 2006. Next slide. Oh, this is an updated, this presentation is actually outdated. So I'm happy to share the current version if you'd like.
Maggie, you can just keep presenting.
Okay. So one important thing that has changed since 2006 is we've updated the policy based on community input, and that includes expanding the focus areas touched on in the master plan. Most notably, we've separated vibrant and livable neighborhoods and corridors so that they both receive the attention that they need. And separately, we've expanded the discussion around preserving Carson City's history and culture. We also updated the land use map included in the master plan. This is related to not only the visual appearance of the master plan, which the colors have been updated to make each land use category more distinguishable and legible, but also the policies associated with each land use category have been updated. And in some instances, how each land use category applies to property in Carson City has been updated as well. So as you can see on this slide, often list to the left, the predominant use of land in Carson City is designated for either active or passive recreation space. So those are, that makes up approximately 67% of land in Carson City. If you look at the top of this chart, they see conservation reserve and low density residential categories make up around almost 20% of land designation in Carson City. So that means nearly 20% of the property in Carson City is designated for extremely low or low density residential development. And so when you factor in the property designated as public or for the Washoe tribe, it only of land in designated for more intense land uses. Taking a closer look at each category grouping, the high-level changes to the residential categories include a combination of the existing rural residential and low-density residential land use categories based on similarities between the pattern and density of development that was happening in those existing land use categories. And additionally, policies in the residential low and medium density categories have been updated to reflect the community's support for providing better and more clear transition standards for infill development adjacent to the low and medium density residential. And one thing worth highlighting here is that the density allowances provided for each land use category are actually extremely similar, if not the exact same, as what was provided in the 2006 plan. For the commercial and mixed use categories, we heard from the beginning that we were looking for opportunities to simplify Carson City's land use categories more broadly. So what you'll see here is that the existing mixed use commercial and community and regional commercial and neighborhood commercial categories have been combined into one corridor and mixed use category. And those allow greater flexibility for a mix of commercial and residential uses along Carson City's high priority corridors. You'll also notice that the mixed use residential category has been separated so that when it's adjacent to a corridor, it's now the corridor mixed use. And when it's further off Carson City's main corridors, it was designated high density residential. And finally, the existing land use map has mixed use activity centers called out on it. Those have been removed and those properties have been incorporated throughout the downtown mixed use and corridor mixed use categories. Looking at the downtown mixed use, this land use category has been updated and applied more broadly to encourage reinvestment and adapted reuse near Carson City's downtown. What you're seeing on this slide is a map of the character areas, which has been offered to reinforce the scale of development and the mix of uses and preservation of historic structures in this area. And finally, on this slide, earlier in the process, the allowance for 8 to 10 story urban mixed use development in this area was identified as undesirable, and so that has been taken out of the master plan and subsequently removed from zoning policy as well. Last but not least, we eliminated the existing mixed use employment land use category, which was applied very sparsely in the past, and we have instead replaced that with 2 new employment categories. One being the medical category, which supports the healthcare industry in Carson City, and second is this flexible category, likely to be called commercial/industrial, and that is really meant to be reflective of the need for a mix of commercial and industrial uses, not so much on the corridors, but in other parts of the community. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Nope. Ms. Sullivan, we'll bring it back to you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to look at my memorandum dated April 25th, and this is my memo to the Board of Supervisors. And I just want to highlight they asked for, I'm recommending 2 text changes. So you just heard Maggie talking about flex. What's flex? Well, flex has evolved during this process. It started with the Planning Commission. They were having a work session at the Hub, and they said, well, could we have this sort of flex designation? Flex was just a placeholder term. And they said where we could have like commercial uses, but you could also have light industrial. In light industrial, we didn't have to limit light industrial to industrial zoning districts. It could co-locate with these other uses. Everyone said, yeah, that's a good idea. Let's do that. We'll call it flex, just our placeholder. Then in in the consultants working with it, it kind of morphed into flex industrial. And so it turned into sort of this light industrial area because we're limited in our industrial area in Carson City. But if we could accommodate additional industrial, that's more jobs, more industry. And so it morphed into flex industrial, meaning it was sort of a light industrial that could accommodate commercial. Then when the Planning Commission was looking at this in March, they said, well, actually, we never really wanted it to be industrial that accommodated commercial. We really were looking for commercial that would accommodate industrial. And so they said, let's take industrial off it and just call it flex. Well, again, flex was just that placeholder. So the question is flex this placeholder? I feel like we have to give it a name so people know what it means. So I just threw out there commercial/industrial. I'm not wed to it. I'm just trying to look for something that describes what that land use designation means. Secondly, in the table, the land use table, when you look at the different land use categories, it tells you what zoning category corresponds to that. The problem is, you just saw, we have these new land use categories, which the zoning is crafted for the land use categories from the 2006 plan, not this proposed update. And so they're not really syncing up perfectly. So because there's not that perfect sync, but we have a lot of findings of fact when we have discretionary permits that look for master plan consistency. So I'm suggesting that we include language to the effect of corresponding zoning districts found in Table 1 most closely align with the proposed land use category, but may not be the exclusive list of the zoning districts for a land use category, just because the zoning districts haven't been updated. So this is just letting us know it's our best, but it's not exclusive. With the maps, I just talked to you about the evolution of flex. Okay, sounds like a weird statement. With the evolution of flex, what happened was we had areas on the map that were designated as corridor mixed use, but they weren't necessarily on one of our primary arterials. And the idea of the corridor mixed use was to have these mixed use, this mixed use designation on the major corridors, South Carson, North Carson, William Street, Highway 50, to create vibrant corridors. So when I saw off the corridor, like on Bath, I said, well, that doesn't belong there. That's not a corridor. But the reason it was there was because it would accommodate commercial use, and flex was supposed to be this industrial. So since flex is now sort of commercial that can accommodate light industrial, what I've put in my memo is, well, let's call that flex. Let's not call it the corridor mixed use. All of that said, Supervisor Schutte and I spoke, and she had a lot of comments that I agreed with, but one comment she changed my mind on, is on number 7, which is that property over on Bath. I'm going to recommend that we designate that one downtown mixed use. And can you pull that up actually in the Envision Carson City? And we're live on the web here to show you what we have. And it's on 200 Bath. And so it's actually adjacent to the downtown mixed use. And so it just makes sense when you look at the map. And before it was just this island of there it is. It was an island of, what's it called? I'm losing my mind. We've been here too long. What did we, corridor mixed use. And I just didn't like corridor mixed use, not on a corridor. But I think that we could go downtown mixed use there. It's an office building. So that would be the change I would recommend. And with that, I think I'm not planning to present everything in my memo. I think I'll be available for questions, and I'll just stop there, Mayor.
Okay. Does any member have a question or want further? So I'll just start with one on your memo for number 1. I definitely want to remove the word flex. I think having a master plan with the word flex gives a wrong connotation. Like it's just flexible and anything can happen here. So I definitely need flex removed because I just don't think that's what you do. I don't mind commercial, industrial, and I'm open to thoughts of any other, but I like things that give me a thought and a direction straight up from its name. So I like the commercial, industrial, but I'm open to thoughts from any of you. Is that good? Commercial,
Well,
industrial, or something else?
I would like 2 of them. I'd like residential, commercial, as one and commercial industrial as another, just in that there are some areas that, so I like flex residential commercial, but you can take away the word flex. But there are areas, I think about Solomon across from Stafford. And that is kind of a residential commercial area. I don't see that as commercial industrial per se, because it's surrounded
That's a
with
different
residential.
map change than you're suggesting.
It's a whole new.
That's something
category, right?
different. Wait a minute, right? You're suggesting a whole new land use code?
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Well, I'm suggesting that the land use code of flex, or whatever, it could be a land use code of commercial with subsection A, commercial residential, subsection B, commercial industrial.
I can help explain
Thank you.
this. Supervisor Shooty and I did talk about this.
Is what we're talking about, number 12?
No, well,
Kind of
no.
several of
We're
them.
actually talking about, we're talking about the transition from land use to zoning. So I'm going to use open space for a second, just to illustrate what she's talking about. I told you Lindsay Boyer was very helpful in giving me a lot of corrections. And when Lindsay gave me those corrections, she was saying, well, this isn't open space. Well, it's the conversation we keep having, right? It is open space, but it's private open space that's there by virtue of the subdivision. So what I said to Lindsay is I said, I think the master plan's correct to designate it open space. What we can do with the zoning is we can have two types of zoning. We can have open space, I'll just say open space A and open space B. Open space A is public open space. Open space B is private open space. So similarly with the flex, when we look at the zoning, if the flex is in a residential area, we may have, we'll just stay with flex for a second, flex A. Flex A could be, okay, you can have residential uses and commercial uses, but we're not really going to let the car wash go there or the industrial uses. Makes sense for non-residential and residential. And then you could have flex B. And again, this is zoning. And that B would say, okay, no housing here. It's just commercial or light industrial. So that would be the implementation of the flex, or can we call it commercial industrial?
Let's go with
But anyway,
commercial industrial.
So the conversation I had with Supervisor Shooty is when you look at these land use categories and you think, I've had a lot of questions, well, what's the zoning going to be? The zoning doesn't exist yet, or it may. We haven't had that conversation yet. But the land, right now today, there's not a one-to-one correlation between land use and zoning. You look at a land use category and you have a handful of zoning districts. And those zoning districts depend on the location. And so another conversation Supervisor Shooty and I had was looking at the high density. Well, gosh, should that really be high density? Well, there's different high densities right now today in the zoning. It can be multifamily apartment or it can be multifamily duplex. One's more intense than the other. So when we get to the point of looking at the zoning, it won't be for each land use category, there's a single zoning category. There might be multiple zoning categories with different designations, like something else Supervisor Shooty and I talked about was when you have the high-density residential, maybe when it's adjacent to the single-family residential, you go with multifamily duplex instead of multifamily apartment. But that's when we get to the zoning.
Right.
Is that a fair description? Okay.
Okay, I feel better. Okay, zoning, I don't have a problem with the discussion, but we'll do zoning when we get later to zoning, but thank you.
Well,
Okay.
Now, because I'm in agreement, I marked several, 2, 12, 6, 8, where it's commercial, industrial, and I don't think it's industrial's appropriate for those, but
Correct.
commercial adjacent to residential is appropriate. So as long as we have the understanding that we'll address that in zoning and that there isn't an expectation that, like that Stafford Way and Silver Sage is going to be industrial, because that's absolutely not appropriate for there.
Absolutely, and it's 100%. We're going to have to look at the locations, and we're going to have to look at, okay, where did we identify commercial industrial? Okay, wow, that's really close to a residential area. We definitely don't want that to be intensive commercial. So yeah, you'd have different permutations like we do today.
Are
Go ahead.
there other
Were you
areas that we can speak to your notes? Is that okay?
Absolutely, oh yeah, absolutely,
Okay.
sorry.
So I
As
look,
said.
number 2, the southeast corner of Solomon and Robinson, and in the notes, the staff recommendation of the commercial. On that one, I just felt that it's more appropriate, more like a multifamily duplex type thing, or the recommendation keeping it a residential. And that's between the LDS church and the high school. It just didn't quite make sense to me.
So what land use are you recommending to change that to? Land use, not zoning?
You wanted to retain the planning commission's recommendation
I
of high
wanted to retain
density
the planning
residential?
commission's recommendation of
Mixed
the
use residential, or no, wait.
High-density
city
residential.
residential
Sorry, I'm off a line there. High density residential.
versus a commercial industrial.
Team, do we want to?
I don't agree with that.
You don't?
I mean,
Okay,
are we going
let's
to go
talk about
by
it.
through each one by one?
Well, anything that you want to. So we're discussing number 2 because somebody had a question on number 2. So what are we looking at there? What do you think,
I mean,
Supervisor Giomi?
I think given this sort of new discussion, residential / commercial is appropriate. I mean, there's a church already there, which doesn't
School.
really fit in high-density residential. The land adjacent to it, I could see being a little C-store or something like that. I don't know that, you know, a duplex or a triplex or a fourplex across from the high school is appropriate. That's just me. I mean,
I agree 100% with the commercial residential combination, if that's something that,
well, it sounds
That's
like
what-
that's
that's what
something
we
that we
already-
would work on
yeah.
in the zoning. Yeah.
So we could leave it commercial industrial, and then when we do the zoning, that particular lot could be picked up. It wouldn't be industrial, right? We wouldn't, right?
Can we, I mean, can we just go one by, because.
Yeah, that's
w-
fine.
let's just
Number
start with
2.
one.
Oh,
Let's-
I thought we already went through one. Sorry. Okay, number 1.
If I can speak to one real quick. This one actually was proposed to be industrial. I thought that was fine. And I don't know if they're here, if Bill's here, but the folks from the radio station, Pilgrim Radio, got in touch with me, and that's the rectangular lot, to talk about it. And I drove out there and thought about the plateaued residential development under construction right now. And they were concerned that with their radio station, industrial uses would compromise their existing use. And they said, we don't want to be industrial. We'd rather be some type of commercial. And I said, well, let me look at it. And so one of the planners went in the field and reported back to me what we had in terms of land use there. And so with that input and with the thinking about the new residential area that's going in as we speak, it's getting built, and the need for them to have access to commercial uses, that's what drove this recommendation. So I just wanted to give you that background.
I think it's good.
Me too.
I mean, for the most part, I just want to say that I appreciate the effort you went to give, because this is gold. Seriously, this is gold. I don't know who did the work, but this is because this is what the questions that I'm getting are related to this. And then I really appreciate that you sort of took what is, anyway, this is a great document. Thank you, Hope. And I find myself in near unanimous agreement with your recommendations or staff's recommendations. But I still think we should just hit them one by
Sure,
one.
I don't have a
because
problem.
Obviously, there
So
might be some differences.
Just do what we normally do. So 1, everyone was okay with.
Mhm.
2, after further discussion, everybody's all right with the commercial industrial because it'll be fixed in the zoning component. Okay, number 3, the recommendation is corridor mixed use. Anyone want to bring that one up or discuss it? Sorry. Everybody's okay there. Okay, number 4 is recommending low density residential, so moving down from medium density to low density. Anybody have any? Okay. Number 5 is changing from high density again, moving down to medium density. Okay. 6 was moving to, was open space moving to commercial industrial, assuming again, that's because Lindsay went around everywhere. We caught this one for a
This is-
different reason.
This is the drive-through at Burger King.
Oh.
And it came up as open space, so, yeah. This
We know
was-
that's wrong?
Yeah, I've been in that
Gosh.
drive-through.
Okay, everybody all right there? Okay, we'll go on to number 7. We already talked about that one, changing it to downtown mixed use. Okay, 8 is staff's recommending commercial industrial.
Although this one,
Okay, let's,
I believe it's more appropriate, we have the apartments, so I guess, again, commercial industrial with the idea that
that
it's
you could use zoning to,
residential commercial.
right.
Okay.
Okay. Number 9 is recommending staff industrial for properties, again, using pieces here, the industrial for the properties fronting Fairview, except for city land, which will be public, quasi-public, and then high density for the balance of the area. And we've had lots of discussions on that Fairview Drive. Everybody okay? Okay, the next one's number 10, step open space. Okay. Number 11 is recommending to go to open space. 12 is recommending commercial industrial. 13, downtown mixed use. 14, moving commercial industrial for the current general commercial zone property and high density residential for the multifamily area. Okay. Number 15, we're going to Marsh Road. Oh, backwards one.
Yeah, sorry, on
14.
number 14.
And we have Draco up on the board for you.
Perfect, thank you. So just what came to mind was the way that density overall in Carson City, how the perimeter is more of the low density, and then it goes to the medium and then the high. And so I just, for discussion, high density in this particular area, I just wanted to hear people's thoughts on that. To me, it made a little more sense.
I'm sorry, Master. Oh, you can keep
The
talking.
medium,
Leave it there for now.
because it's in the area of other medium density, but
What we've just put on the board for you is the existing zoning in that area so that you can understand the zoning, because I do refer to the zoning, I believe, when I make my recommendation. So you'll see when Plateau came in, I remember Chris Baker with Manhard came in, and what they did, they put in that general commercial zoning between the industrial and the residential to kind of buffer it. And then they had that high density piece and then the medium density. So I just wanted you to be able to see what zoning's in place
okay,
now
so
to look
that
at it in
transition.
context.
Yeah, this is helpful, thank you. I'm comfortable with this.
So, okay, now that you're seeing it as the map, yep, when you see it on the map, it usually tells you a lot more. It's hard to do it on just a flat piece of paper. Okay, then number 15 is open space. Everybody's okay? 16, the recommendation is to go to medium density for number 222, 224, 226, 230. And then 240 for South Harbin and 918 East Fifth Street. What are you trying to do?
I have a question.
Yep,
This was
look
one
at
of the.
this one. Okay.
Curtis.
Oh, no, you go, Stacy.
Okay, it says flex here and then, oh, am I, yeah. So can you explain this one a little bit?
Okay, this was, Mackenzie and I had to go drive out there. And this one's, it's interesting once you drive out there. So fronting Second Street are some offices. When you go down Route,
It's,
Yeah.
caught up here, sorry.
Oh, okay, sorry. She's gonna
If we
pull
can
up
put
the
map.
zoning.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay. Do you have it up yet? I'm sorry, go to, I'm sorry, let me give you an address. 240, no, go 222, South Harbin. Or you can just go to South Pratt.
Are we talking around the sheriff's office?
South of the
Yeah.
sheriff's
And
office.
the courthouse and all this
Yeah,
area?
Sheriff's office. is
Right,
included.
okay.
Right.
Okay, there you go,
Okay.
now we can see it.
Okay, so let me see what I'm saying. So my recommendation was but we go medium density on South Harbin and.
But you have flex in here, and that's what was,
Right, because it really, when I looked at the existing land uses, when you're on South Harbin, so you're looking at the map on South Harbin,
Mhm.
that's actually an intact residential neighborhood in there. So I
Right.
didn't want that to go to flex.
okay.
But when you go in 918 East Fifth, can you see which property that is? Why am I on Fifth? Oh, I see, that's probably the corner property. Okay, so that's probably that corner of Harbin and Fifth. Okay, so that was a very intact residential neighborhood, and I wanted it to stay that way. Those people have invested in their homes, that makes sense. The balance of it was really interesting. You had some apartment buildings, you had some offices, you had some vacant land, really underutilized land. It doesn't look vacant when you look at, this map, but you have those properties on South Pratt, in the middle of the block on the east side, essentially vacant, little sheds and abandoned homes. Across the street from them are apartment complexes, but then you get closer to Second, it's offices. Over on Roop, I believe it was offices. And so it just felt like a little commercial area. So that was the thought process. I taught Mackenzie the concept of the windshield survey.
I just was, I didn't quite understand your
Right.
comment, but now that you explain it, I get it. I mean, so basically you're recommending that Harbin and the Fifth Street address remain medium-density residential, and the other would be this commercial industrial, which would be
Right,
residential
right.
component.
Mhm.
Okay, got it.
Good.
Can we,
Oh,
Curtis?
yeah, I'm done. Sorry, Kurt.
can we go back to, on 15, when we look at that parks location, the Riverview Park, if we change that designation to open space, does that then restrict us from utility work on the two large producing wells that are existing there? For example, if we had to put in a small treatment facility or add a building or redrill, I'm pretty sure that open space has heavy restrictions on that type of activity.
This is mapped this way at the request of Lindsay Boyer because it's already controlled by Carson City Open Space. So this designation is just acknowledging that fact. It doesn't change, and it doesn't change any limitations that may exist by virtue of the city owning it as open space. I think those limitations would be derived from the funding source that the city used, if there were restrictions or something like that. And I believe in Title 18, when we updated it, we allowed wells in every single zoning district. But I'd have to double check that, and that would be an accessory use anyway. It wouldn't be a primary use.
As long as it doesn't impose any additional restrictions on the utilities or their activities, I'm good with it.
And I'm going to tell you it doesn't, because all I did was acknowledge what's existing.
Existing is open space to
And
open
if it
space.
did, we could change
And-
what's
and-
allowable on the zoning side when we did.
Right,
Title
and we're
18.
not even in zoning. But the net is, what was really important at the planning commission level is that we distinguish open space from Parks and Rec, because they felt like open space was such an important component of the community. They didn't want to lump them together. And so it was really important that when we look at a map, we understand what is that open space versus what's a park.
Well, and we know that we've had confusion about the definition of open space, so
I know
I
Denny's probably
appreciate
somewhere
that.
here.
Yeah.
Ready to
okay,
ask me.
We've been
Thank
down
you.
that road before.
I'm
Don't
with
wanna do
Curtis.
it
I
again.
think you better take a pretty close look at that before you make a potential, an area with potential development into open space, because as I read open space, it says no development other than trailheads.
Okay. I'm
open
okay.
space.
Exactly. All I'm doing, the
It's
open
exactly
space
what it is
manager
today.
flagged this for me and told me it was wrong. And in fact,
The existing, right now, the existing master plan calls it Parks and Rec, which is why Planning Commission kept it as Parks and Rec. But the existing land use is open space. The open space manager identifies it as a property she's responsible for, and that's why it's here.
And certainly
when
when
we
we do.
update Title 18,
Yeah.
we
Yeah.
can
Allow
allow for
wells,
anything we
yeah,
want in Title 18.
100%.
Right,
Moving on.
okay. So 17, the staff's recommending medium-density residential and CI along Musser Street. Everybody okay with that? Okay. 18 is the Mexican Ditch Trail recommendation for staff, again, an open space instead of Parks and Rec. 19 is Hidden Meadows, open space, recommendation, open space. 20, open space. 21, open space. 22, open space. 23 would be state and federal land. 24, you're recommending downtown mixed use. Okay, all right. What do we got that one. Then we've got you have another memo that you handed out? Just so-
Yeah, those are just tiny little typos, so I just wanted to put them on the record. And thank you to Supervisor White for his assistance with that.
Okay, and then the other one was changes in land use designations.
Covered in here.
Right.
Well,
in this.
the ones I felt needed to be corrected, I put in my memo. The others I felt were fine. And those
Okay.
are reflected in your book.
Okay, let's see what else. I don't want to make sure we miss anything.
Yeah, there might be some in here that we want to look at.
Is there an opportunity to change the zoning of the state properties we identified in the retreat to open space now? Since we did identify those as properties we're interested in acquiring, can we change the zoning on those properties to now?
We can't do zoning action
Not
tonight.
doing zoning. What is it? What's it in the master plan?
There are.
The master plan calls it state and federal lands. Now, if
We don't own it.
there are lands that, once we get to the zoning piece, that the city's identified for acquisition, and you know you want it to be housing, or you know you want it to be industrial, at that point, even though it says state or federal on the master plan, you can say, we want the zoning to be whatever it is, because you're looking at an acquisition.
Right.
But at this point, it's just master plans, not zoning.
So right now, I believe those properties are zoned as public.
Most likely, because any public lands are zoned public.
Yeah. We can't make a change on that till we get to zoning, so Supervisor Giomi?
What was the thinking on doing state and federal land as opposed to just making it public, broadly public?
I think we were trying to distinguish between showing what was state and federal versus what was city land. And also we created a distinction between, I think we called it quasi-public, which meant it was functional, like there's buildings there, as opposed to something on Highway 50 that the state lands owns. So we just really wanted something that would depict let me back up. One of the conversations that came up frequently in the listening tour is how much public land we have in Carson City and how much of it is owned by the state or the federal government. And so it seemed like it made sense to have an acknowledgement, a visual acknowledgement of that. It also helps the planners understand to what extent do we have jurisdiction.
Allows you on any map to apply that theme, and the public and everyone would have an opportunity to just, like you said, zero in on that, give you a good report. Okay.
There's a couple
else you
more
got?
on this
Sure.
one. Can we
Go.
do that? This is on the other, yeah. That. Some of these you caught, on page 27 of, your page 27. You have that as high-density residential? Is that?
The lower one or the higher one? Clearview?
Lower one. Well,
The-
they both are,
Well, the lower one, I recommended changing it to medium density residential, and you agreed.
was that the one?
In the
Sorry.
map. In
Yes.
the memo change.
Yeah, and I can give you the number on that.
Yeah, would you please? Sorry.
Okay,
Already
yeah,
did
no,
it.
that's fine. No,
We
I
caught
don't,
it twice, so it's good. He's consistent. That he wanted to fix that one.
Okay, that's fine. I will believe you.
We did.
On page 28.
it was, just so
Oh.
you know, it was number 5 in my memo.
See, I told you great minds think alike. Hold on. Sorry, I looked at one document, then I looked at the other document. Okay, that's why, because see, look, you had them two little parcels, and there's one here, that's why.
Oh, yeah.
Very spatially oriented. Page 28, full of baloney too.
Yeah.
Page 28. That is also high density. Can you talk a little bit about that one?
Yes, I can. This one's getting a lot of attention, and I'm glad it is because I tried to be very transparent on this one. Right now, today, there is, do you want to go to it on Map Geo? That might help, and just a base map, I think. Or you can go to zoning's fine. Do you see what he's looking at on this? Okay, so this is part of the Lampa specific plan. And we're going to the zoning for you. And can you click on the lot that we're talking about? Yeah, you got it. Okay, sorry. And so what you'll see is Mackenzie's just highlighted the lot we're talking about. In terms of zoning, the bottom portion, a good portion of that lot is zoned single family, 6,000 specific plan area. And there's a portion on the northern portion that's zoned multifamily apartment specific plan area. What Title 18 tells us is in cases when we have a split zone, so that means you have two different zoning districts on one piece of land, and we try not to have split zones, but from time to time it happens for whatever reason. In this case, there's a split zone. So the code gives us about 4 different choices what you can do, and one of those choices is you can identify a land use as allowed in one of the 2 zoning districts. So if it's allowed in one of the zoning districts, but not the other zoning district, you may apply that use on the entire parcel, provided you get a special use permit. So in this case, and I want to say it was 2 years ago, an applicant came in, wanted to build apartments on that parcel. Met with staff said you need a special use permit. They went to the planning commission, and I want to say it was in 2022, but can't promise you that. And they obtained a special use permit for an apartment complex. So there's an entitlement for an apartment complex on that piece of land right now today. So can you go to the master plan designation? So there is, I'm sorry, you can stay in Map Geo. I just want to see existing master plan. I can't remember what it is. Okay, so a different applicant came in because I guess the property must be on the market or something. And so it's currently designated on the existing master plan as medium density residential. So they had been meeting with staff unbeknownst to me. It's just due diligence meetings. And then they asked for a meeting with me. And they said, well, we're going to buy this project and we want to come in for a master plan amendment. And I said, well, when? And they said, May. I think they said May. They may have said March. I don't remember anymore. I said, don't do that. We're about to adopt the master plan. I said, let me just roll it into the master plan. They'd already gone through the technical components of it with staff in terms of water, sewer, transportation. And again, we had an entitlement here. And so we took it to the planning commission. I was very transparent about everything I just told you. There was a lot of opposition to it. And the planning commission said, well, once the apartment goes up, Hope's just going to come in with a map correction anyway. It already has an entitlement for an apartment. And so the planning commission supported making this parcel high-density residential. So although it is vacant, it does have an entitlement for an apartment complex.
So this is one of those scenarios where we have mismatched zoning to the overlying master plan as it exists today.
100%, which is why, thank you, you just budgeted money for us to update the zoning to make it consistent with the master plan, should this master plan be adopted.
Okay, thank you.
Is that all yours?
Yeah, that,
Okay.
the other ones were
Anybody else
covered,
have
I
any?
hope.
Before we go to public comment, does anybody else have any? Sure.
I just have some minor corrections that I don't know if now is the time. Well, one is, I just had it a minute ago. There was, where it was, shoot. Okay. On this master plan, this packet, so 182. Correct.
What page, 182?
182. Underneath the listed properties, it says 3 categories of vacant were excluded. 190 vacant public use lands, 110 vacant splinter and other unbuildable, and 117 vacant road easement. But the 110 wasn't excluded. That's listed. So I just wanted to point out.
Okay, yeah, we should, thank you. I would suggest on page 182 where it's listed, it be removed.
Okay.
So remove it from the list, not
Correct.
from the verbiage.
Correct. Good catch.
Okay. And then I would ask that there be a legend or a list, I'm not sure what the correct term would be, listing the different zoning districts somewhere in the
Appendix?
appendix. I think that would be helpful, just CRA, just so that there's a connection if somebody's reading through it, just to have a better idea.
I think we would do that after we adopt the new zoning to implement this. And then when we do one of our annual December updates, we could add that as an additional appendix. I think she's on to that ties it out in the end.
Perfect, yeah.
It won't match now. I
Right.
mean, you can't
So
do it now
I
because it won't
think that's a
match.
December update when we do
That's
a great
perfect.
idea.
I just think at some point, that would be helpful,
An appendix add.
yes.
Okay.
And then just one more revisit or review of pictures, just to make sure that pictures are within Carson City.
Did you find one that wasn't?
Well, 112, and on page 112. Thank you.
Wait, now I got to see it. Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
well. I don't know where that is, but you're right.
Mixed use, section 10, it's not, right, yeah. Thank you.
After all
Good
those
catch, good
edits of
catch.
pictures, I saw that planning commission work so hard on pictures. So we'll have an updated picture for page 112. Okay? That's it. Okay, is anybody else, everybody? Okay, then I'd like to go to public comment. And I have the first sign up, and Nancy, if you grab me the second sign up by chance. I think I saw some people coming in a little late and also signing up. So the first on the list that I have is Paula Peters.
Hi, I'm Paula Peters. I'm a Carson City resident. When the city first started the massive undertaking of updating our master plan, they selected focal groups to provide input. There were no retired senior citizens invited to participate. Senior citizens make up over 20% of our population. We want a nice place to live, but many of us aren't concerned about year-round full-time employment. Please keep in mind that residents who are working today will eventually be retired senior citizens, so this sector of the population should not be ignored. The city held 12 listening sessions over a 7-month period. During these sessions, they asked residents, what is your favorite thing about Carson City? The number one response listed was small town atmosphere, sense of community. One of the sessions was with the Nevada Builders Alliance, and another was with Sierra Nevada Realtors. The building and real estate industries were well represented. Then over a 2-month period, the city held in-person and virtual meetings with multiple stakeholder groups selected by Hope Sullivan. One land development roundtable event included 23 builders and developers. Again, the building industry was well represented. It appears that we relied heavily on the folks who profit from planning, building, and selling homes and commercial property. They all have a vested interest in this type of development in Carson City. They love high-density, multi-story buildings as they have a higher profit margin than lower-density development. Everyone knows that, so I'm not sure why you felt it was necessary to spend so much time with the folks in that industry. They have their eyes on profit and not necessarily what the community wants. The residents wanted housing options ranging from tiny homes to large lot, single-family residences. Prior to the March 26th Planning Commission, 115 people submitted public comment, and the clear majority wanted to save our small town atmosphere sense of community. The Planning Commission approved that revision. 27 people provided public comment yesterday. One of those included a change.org petition asking the Carson City Board of Supervisors to delay approving the master plan. 186 Carson City residents signed that petition. The residents want to know how you use the information collected to develop the revision you're currently looking at. So we hope you consider delaying the plan. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Barbara Hars. Sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. Okay, that could be that too.
Hope, can you put that percentage part slide
Do I
up?
press the button here?
Thank you. There you go. You're gone. It's green. Go
Okay,
ahead.
it's green. My name is Barb Henry. I have been on your other planning meetings. So I've changed what I'm going to ask you. What is the Lomac Ranch SPA? Where I live, I'm in this black line, but there nowhere do you explain what that means. 2, is there zoning? I understand what you guys are doing, zoning. Will that interface with new, with the public roads and stuff? Because right now, we're still having a horrendous problem with traffic going up Arrowhead, or Emerson to Arrowhead and going into the industrial area. I have sent in a map where I drew where a road can be added in for a detour, because you say it's a private residential area and no improvements are going to be made. So that means we had the same road from 45 years ago. When I go for a walk, it's in the gullies, no street lights, no yellow lines or white lines. Almost been hit a couple times, and today he had an accident where a dog got out. Luckily, animal control stopped and said, "Hey, is this your dog?" I go, "Yeah," but there was nobody at that moment. But we clock them. So I know that's going to come up, zoning. So I'm just really curious, when you adopt this plan, will this be law of the land for the, for traffic and that kind of zoning, for speed limits and stuff like that? Where does that come in? And that's it. I give my 1 minute and 14 seconds to answer those 2 main questions.
It's not a process way that we work. You can come and give public comment, and then I can have some staff talk to you, though, about what your specific questions were and get you your answers.
I've done that once for the first time last year, March, when this came up, and they never got back to me, and I just happened to notice it. And I am on your email, and it's just like a late thing happened. So kind of like keep on it, watching for when you have, but I don't know if it's going to be too late or if I'm really going to be heard. I've talked, the police have been.
It's not a master plan discussion with what you're
Okay,
talking
yeah.
about. That's more in our development and zoning
How far along?
arenas, so.
Okay,
But I promise somebody, if you step out or whatever, a staff member will get your phone number and we'll contact you.
Okay, that's good
Okay.
enough. We'll keep at it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
No, it's important. Gerald Madison? Oh, she's not leaving. She's leaving. Sorry.
I'm Gerald Madison. Up until recently, I was admitted to the bar, and I'm on inactive status now. Is that fine now? My name is Gerald Madison. I'm a member of the state bar, but I'm inactive now as a result of a second stroke that I had on December 2nd, and then I had a previous one in December, or rather 2015. So I have difficulties with seeing. My mind is pretty good, but sometimes I forget stuff. But then we all do, don't we? I have an office building that was built right at the end of the last zoning, the last master plan in 26. I built my office in 2015 and I got my certificate of occupancy. And at the time, it wasn't a problem because I was the anchor tenant. I was basically renting out, or to myself, half of the main floor, and there's essentially an apartment which my architect decided to put up, and he put stairs going up to it, and the confusion came there was because the way that he included it, there was a garage underneath the apartment, and it was designed so that it could provide a place for the person who was in the apartment to park their vehicle and keep it safe. Now, back then, that caught me between two master plans and personnel telling me different things, and my architect telling me that, well, if I ever need to get it as a watchman's quarters or make it useful, then I can use it. But I think that might have been bad advice. And he didn't really tell me that I could save a lot of money, about $350,000, by not putting that residence. Now, when I talk about residence,
my name is Leah Madison. I came on behalf of my dad. Because of his stroke, there were concerns about him being able to meet the time limit. What we're asking is that during the zoning phase, you reconsider the zoning for 1950 College Parkway, because currently the way as it stands, it is not sustainable. Him retiring and not being able to continue work, he is not able to maintain this property, and we're concerned it will become a blight.
Thank you. So on zoning 1950 College Parkway.
Correct.
Thank you. We've noted it. Thank you so much. Thank you. I think your daughter was helping you tremendously. Okay. Thank you. We have your number here. We certainly will. Thank you. Okay. Steve Heitman. Steve? You're not Steve. Oh, I thought, I'm like, he changed. Okay. I'm looking for Steve Heitman. I'm just call out one more time and then I'll move on, but just in case. Oh, he left. Thank you. Heather, you're up next.
Heather Coe, again. Look, I went to the Planning Commission meeting. There were hundreds of people. People were very upset for a reason. Over the last 5 years, it has become a dumping ground for high density and mass density. And I don't understand what the rush is, but people are scared because they've seen what's happened in the last 5 years. And I know that because I've talked to thousands of people going door to door during the elections. This is the one thing people don't want. They want things postponed because they don't have a lot of faith right now. Everything gets a special use permit, and that's a huge problem. I mean, you lose faith when they tell you this is going to be zoned this way or this is this way, and then everything goes through with a special use permit. That's a huge issue for people. And like I said, I've talked to thousands of them. It was a huge issue for the people I talked to at the Planning Commission meeting. People want low to medium density. That's a small town community. No one wants to be Reno, and no one understands what the massive rush is to appease a bunch of developers, a lot of which don't even have a stake in the game here. And I say that because of people like Steve Neighbors. And I think it's ridiculous that over the last 5 years, and I say that I've been here since 1979, I have been involved, or my parents have, and I've listened and watched what has happened, and I've listened and watched all the growth. And my parents had a great stake in this. They owned a title insurance company. Their friends were all realtors. But their main thing, it didn't matter about the money. It mattered that they loved their community. They donated, they put in their time and effort, and all they wanted was thoughtful, managed growth. And that is the opposite of what has happened this last 5 years. And I don't understand why you have such a hate for the people of Carson. And that is how everyone feels, that you have nothing but disdain for them. You go against a majority of the people 90% of the time. And no one wants high density and this mass density anywhere. What people want is a nice small town. And there's no reason why people can't build on their property. But it does not have to be the way it has been over the last 5 years, with massive crime going up, everything. We've just had 2 shootings in less than 4 weeks here in the downtown area. This is what that brings. Okay, it's become unaffordable. And none of the housing has been affordable except for the veterans, which that I'm all for. But I don't understand, if you disdain the people here or you hate living in a small town, please move and please stop this mass density and postpone this. Thank you.
Doreen Mack.
Hello. It's been a while since I've talked to this board. I'm Doreen Mack, third generation Carson City resident and interior designer of Lofty Expressions. I am the one that was behind the downtown renovation that took place in 2018 was when it was finished. We removed the freeway, the medians, the iron fence, created parking that showed activity, widened sidewalks and brick crosswalks, landscaping, as well as designing the 4 bump-out corners and signage on Telegraph Square that became a gathering place that businesses wanted to be a part of, and where the Santa parade originated. When the downtown was completed in 2018, business was highly successful for 3 years. Then the pandemic struck and changed everyone's life. Personally, my laborers quit, contractors retired, and vendors closed, and these were people I've worked with for over 30 years. I had no choice other than to close my business. To this day, we still suffer the after effects of COVID. It is difficult to find reliable and dependable tradespeople who want to work. We are littered with abandoned buildings from one end of town to another and do not need any more vacant storefronts, malls, and hotels. We need to work together as a community by creating incentive programs to renovate these buildings with character and encouraging new businesses to open. The Ormsby House is one of the biggest eyesores that could possibly be state offices with parking. Recently, HGTV voted Carson City the #1 most quaint and charming town in America, and Travel and Leisure just ranked us 7 out of the top 10 best places to retire in the Western United States. I'm proud to say that the Downtown 2020 group that I was president of was part of this due to the relentless time and hours we invested without pay for a cause we strongly believed in. We need to preserve our history and historic districts and restore our alleys that have been abandoned. For people that live on the east side of town, and the historic district on the east side will start from Stewart and go to Harbin, their garages bump up to the back of these alleys, and they're just a mess. They're just big old potholes in there, and we need to get those fixed. Downtowns are the heart that keep the city beating. They are the melting pot for all generations and ethnic groups. And we really need to work on this. I don't know that I agree with doing generalized zoning as much as it should pertain to each business that is going into that neighborhood, that we would discuss on what we're going to put there. And so that's what I have to say, and I thank you for your time. God bless you.
Thank you. I have Rose Kruger, but you said you wanted to talk about the budget. Okay, come on up. No problem.
I'm going to start off with that much of it and then go into the rest.
You're fine.
So I don't always think fast on my feet. Hi, I'm Rose Kruger, and I'm a Carson City resident. First of all, we need to consider budget when we're doing all this. We're already in deficit according to Carson now tonight. Okay, we have problems with budgets. That's what it said. Anyway, I asked, just telling you, that's what I read tonight. And we do need to think. Development's going to affect roads, utilities, all these other things. It is not fair to put that on the existing residents. It should be fully borne, the cost of the upgrades necessary, fully borne by the developers. Developers can pass it on to, will pass it on to the residents, absolutely, but it is unfair to ask some retired person living on a survivor benefit to pay for it. It just is wrong-headed and will cause them to lose properties piecemeal, and I'm sure the developers will appreciate snapping them up at a fire sale. If a surgeon sees a problem, he wants to use a scalpel. The carpenter, he wants to use a hammer and a saw. If you're a developer, you want to build, 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 okay? It's time now to turn the discussion over to the people that have to live with it. I have great respect for the work that the Planning Commission had to do to get this in place, but I think they have ignored some of the elephants in the room. I think that we need to put minimum spaces on these buildings. We don't want to end up with those 850-foot units going for $1,500. We want to have some reasonable livability to these units. And that means everything's got to go down. If we don't finish out our total build out in the next 10 years, or it's okay, we can go slower. I'm asking you to push it back. I've been hearing the word change, definition, flex got to go away, this little change, that change, but we have to struggle to understand. If we got that key, and please, key definitions now instead of pushed down the road till after it's been accepted, it would be nice. And maybe I'm conflating issues between master plan and zoning, but to the common person, those are the same thing. They are the same thing, and a bad or incomplete policy document is going to lead to bad decisions or bad things we can't fight. It's get it right rather than get it fast. Because the legacy, do you want a happy people or do you want people cursing your name because this was done poorly? Okay, this is an important document. Put the approvals back till all these changes are digested and the people have a chance to understand it. Otherwise, it is like we're being ruled rather than being facilitated. And if you are our rulers, go ahead and do that.
Thank you. I have Darlene? Darlene, like, oh my darling? Okay, come on up.
Thank you. I have two questions. Number one, what is the differentiation between low density and high density in terms of population? So for instance, what is your population deadline cutoff for low density? And then what is your population cutoff for high density?
keep using your comment time, because if I answer you,
Okay.
you lose time.
Okay,
so-
that's number one, my first question. And then commercial industrial, is that going to be on Highway 50 specifically? Because it was mentioned that it might be downtown, and I don't understand where that might be downtown. If we're going to have mixed use downtown, as well as other kinds of housing, category 1, 2, 3, and 4, as they mentioned, including agricultural, which doesn't make any sense to me downtown, then what is the commercial industrial downtown? Those are my questions. As far as the master plan goes, as it's been discussed earlier from many people when we were here for the planning commission as well, we the people do not want this master plan as written. We would like to have low density, not high density, not moderate density. It is not affordable. It is not sustainable. And what about the traffic? What about the crime? What about our poor deputies and our sheriff's department? All these problems are passed on to them. We don't have the sewer, we don't have the water, we don't have all of these resources that we need to make it applicable based on your plan. So we have to look at our resources. We don't have it. Where are we going to get it? How are we going to get it? So think about that down in the future, because we don't have it now. And I don't know when we're going to get it. Also, there was something mentioned by Maggie about the homeless, but it was on the form, it was on the paper, but it wasn't talked about. So what are we going to do about the homeless? And then also lastly, the land that is north of the courthouse, that big plot of land that's north of the courthouse, the open space by the,
Across.
yeah, the condemned buildings there. What's that going to be? Do you know? Those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay. It's the children's home that will be torn down, but we'll come back to that later. Gloria Dahio, sorry, probably got your last name wrong too. Oh, I definitely got that one wrong, sorry.
My name is Gloria Dyla. I'm a resident of Carson City. I live vaguely in the downtown area. I'm concerned about the high density. Living in an area, I live right near Roop Street, which is getting more dense as the day goes by. The traffic, and I know the Roop Street project with the apartments that are going up on Stewart Avenue, where the old roundhouse was a concern. It's kind of my main concerns are the density. The zoning eventually should be something that would make this a charming town, more charming than it is already. But also I'm concerned about infrastructure. I don't know that the planning commission is the one that deals with that. But when they build high-density apartment buildings, more stores, more shops, and that one plan of a plaza, I'm not in favor of. But my idea is, who's going to take care of the roads? Who's going to light the streets? If we need more schools with this high-density thing, I think it's going to fall on the average taxpayer who's here already. And this has been kind of addressed with some other people, because I myself am retired. I don't look forward to higher taxes or higher anything, although I think the quality is something that I would go for. It's just kind of that kind of balance. And high density kind of implies that I come from New York City, so believe me, I know what high density is. So those are my major concerns. That I love living in Carson City. I came here by choice. I loved it, and I still want to stay. People say to me, "What are you doing out there?" But I love it here, and I just want to maintain the charm, the beauty of the area, and make it the quality of living that we all sought for all so long, And I think that's one of the things that planning, I was at the last master plan meeting years ago when there was one I live on Pratt Avenue near the police station, when they wanted to build the police station and get rid of that old PAL gym and all of that stuff. So, I'm not against progress, believe me, but I think it's got to be done realistically and with consideration for progress, but also for the comfort of the people who are living here already. Thank you.
Thank you. Midge, you're up. Oh, you don't want to? You just signed in, not, okay. All right, I don't have anyone else for public comments, so Denny, you want to make some?
Shame on me. Thank you. Denny French, Carson City, Nevada. Thank you. I am just really pleased again. We may not all be in agreement, but we're here. That's one thing we're agreeing to do. We're agreeing to utilize our designated boards and our commissions and our committees, and with the help of the Planning Commission and the Public Development and the Community Development. And that's great. We're not always going to agree, but we have to have conversation, and it has to be based on facts, and everybody can determine what those are. But the base for our foundational concerns has to be built on trust. Right now, there's a lack of it, and I understand that that may have been for misunderstandings, or it may have been for what they feel are facts. Well, until we get those straightened out, we're going to have that. But I do want to bring up the fact for me is open space needs its own little space. You had brought it up as a possibility to add a specific area for certain types of densities. In this, I would like to suggest that open space sometimes has conservation easement attachments. Prison Hill's one of those. Also, Buzzy Ranch is a special designation, but it's still considered open space. Horse Ranch has a designation, but it's considered a specific conservation easement, and those considerations should be defined. And on this map, it just says open space, open space, open space. And I think that the federal and state land, as had been brought up today by a board member, should be considered. We should get a good grip on where those are, and that in the future they may allow us opportunities that are not even considered right now. I am not for just high density everywhere, because for one thing, I think we're going to grow out of what we have as far as resources, our water and such, and being able to make sure we get those things facilitated before we run out of space. Thinking that, hey, we've got a lot of space by that state and federal government still. Why are we crowding ourselves into places that don't have people have room to even reach out, or can't back their vehicles out, or can't put their trash cans, or snow reduction or removal is going to be a problem when we do have options in the future. So I just really enjoy the fact that we're here, that we can be at odds with each other, but we're here. And please don't, as people, as board members, forget that it's sometimes tough. Of course, you've been through that. And I've gone to the meetings and I've gotten a chance to watch you. And if I come up with a moment, and I did, that I go, oh my gosh, I hope I misunderstood. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do I have any other public comment? Glenn? Oh. Okay. And you can already come up.
Could you get that?
Yes, I will.
She changed her mind?
I'll get to it in a second. Yeah, I'm Rick Hernandez. I moved, I talked to the council, the mayor. I moved from Huntington Beach, which was a great city, and I chose Carson City. I thought it was ideal community. My parents have been coming here for 50 years. The density. I think the high density downtown is a really big mistake. High density means high crime. I worked in downtown LA for 41 years. The higher the density, the more crime. A lot of people talk about homeless. Usually they're not homeless, they're drug addicts, okay? If we go that route, do we get the sheriff to have a substation downtown to really limit the crime? I bike ride every day. I stop and saw the mayor. I see guys, homeless guys, drug addicts lying down in front of Squeeze, on the benches. I don't know if the sheriff told you, but I had a guy at the gas station pull a knife on me, okay? And it's only gonna get worse with high density. Okay, I know this from experience, I've seen it, okay? Again, you have a beautiful city, it's my adopted city. I don't want it turned into California. I came here to be a Nevadan. I think that so far, I don't have a history, I don't know what you guys have done, but you're at a turning point. I went to Reno to the doctors, and I saw two drug addicts running down the street. First thing I saw as I got off the freeway, police were after them. I'm just telling you guys, if you could please really reevaluate that high density thing downtown, okay? Because it's gonna turn into a colossal mess up, and you're gonna have to get a substation for the sheriff and more deputies to be downtown in that area and the police that area. But I hope for the zoning in the future, I don't know when it's coming up, but for the homeless lounging in the sidewalks, isn't that
We already got rid of that.
yeah, and stuff. So, because once you let it set in, it never goes away. They just keep coming, and they think it's acceptable. And I know this just from working in downtown LA, and I hope it doesn't happen here. But I love the city, and I chose to come here from the beach, 2 blocks from the beach. I used to ride the waves. Now I get to see the Sierras. And thank you guys for your time.
Okay. Midge, did you change your mind? We allow that this evening. You may change your
know you
mind.
allow it all the
It's
time.
okay, I know.
My name is Midge Breeden. I've been here since 1976. I just want to thank all of you because this is hard work, what you're doing, and I appreciate the time and effort. And I loved listening to all of it. I don't have I don't even know whether it's better to have high density or low density. I see arguments for both of them, but I just appreciate the work that you guys are doing. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Midge. Okay, I think, Glenn? You're up.
Good evening, Mayor and Board. Glenn Martell with Nevada Builders Alliance for the record, and soon to be 50-year resident of Carson City with a few excursions here and there for the military and such. But happy to be a resident all these years and watching it change. But here this evening, as I said, on behalf of the Nevada Builders Alliance, as the Alliance CEO, I'm here on behalf of my board, my bosses, as well as our almost 280 business owners here in town and their employees and residents, to thank you for your vision and your steadfastness in keeping Carson City on track and updating this master plan. Also like to thank Hope and the staff for coordinating all the meetings you went over again here this evening, as well as the hundreds of residents that commented in person. I know I've been to a few of those, all the email comments that we've gone through, all the phone calls that I'm sure all of you've gotten that are not public. So just here to thank you on behalf of the Alliance and looking forward to the future that this foundation that is set for Carson City's future. So thank you.
Thank you. Do I have did I miss anybody? Okay, then I'm going to bring it back up here for discussion. Hope, there was a question during the public comment that asked where the commercial industrial, that they thought there was some in the downtown corridor. Can you
Yes,
answer
that was
please?
Darlene asked that.
Right.
And we put up the downtown map
Right.
so that you can see the commercial industrial is not in the downtown. That sort of maroon color you see is the downtown mixed use, and that's the designation we're calling it. And what the Planning Commission has recommended is an expansion of the downtown mixed use a little farther north up to Winnie in hopes of addressing some of the derelict buildings just north of downtown. It currently goes south to the mall. They're extending it a bit to the east. I believe it's to Roop, and a little bit to the west towards, I think it's Division. So it's not a perfect rectangle, to the frustration of Kenny, who I talked to about this boundary yesterday. But he said, why can't it be a square?
You mean the Kenny that's menacingly looking at you directly behind you? That Kenny?
So it's not a perfect square, but we actually, we looked to see where it made sense. And so it was thoughtful. And so yeah, there is none. If I can also kind of give a little advertisement that's going to also address some of these comments. On May 28th, the Growth Management Commission is going to have its annual meeting. Okay, there it is. Why? Why is this important? What's really important and what's really unique about Carson City is that we do have a growth management ordinance. And the master plan tries to better address policies related to growth with the growth management ordinance. So in practice, what happens is every single year, the city stops And the staff, it's the sheriff's office, the fire department, the utilities department, the transportation department, the parks department. They have to advise the Growth Management Commission. They put a memo together. They were due today. They put a memo together and they say, can their service, whatever it is, if they're providing water, are they providing sewer, are they providing, safety, can they accommodate additional growth? And what are the hurdles for them providing a level of service that will be consistent to this community should there be growth? And so we stop and we have that conversation every single year. And then we don't just have the conversation, though. We have the conversation and then we look at that and we decide, given what we're hearing from these really important services that the city provides, including the school district, I failed to mention them, how much growth can we accommodate that next year? And the Board of Supervisors, the Growth Management Commission makes a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors on how much growth they should allow every single year. How many residential housing starts can we have next year? What is a large water user? And what should that threshold be? We recently created criteria for non-residential water users. So we take we recognize there's limitations in resources. The sheriff only has a certain group of people, and somebody talked about budget. That comes into play when you look at level of services. And so we do stop and we look at this. And this will, the department heads gave me their memos right now. The Growth Management Commission will meet on May 28th. They have other business, but they're going to take up that other business at 4 in hopes of not taking up growth management before 5 o'clock. It will likely be 5:30, but I think it's an amazing meeting. It's really thoughtful. So anyone who thinks we're not taking that into consideration, it's a really important meeting to attend.
Hope, can you just address the residential unit count? That it is based on residential units, not buildings? Can you discuss that?
Correct.
So it's clear.
That's exactly right. So essentially, when I say a housing start, I probably should say a dwelling unit. So if you have a 10-unit apartment building, that takes up 10 units. So if the board were to say we can have 300 housing starts next year and somebody builds a 10-unit apartment complex, we just kick 10 units off that 300-unit count. And so what we do actually in the building department is with every single solitary building permit that's issued, we track it and we make sure that we're not issuing more building permits than we're allowed to. And if we haven't gotten there, we've actually consistently, and this will be a slide I show at the meeting on May 28th, we have consistently been far below the allowance that the board has given the capacity of services in this city. So it's very unique to do this. So for anybody in the audience who doesn't know this, I mean, I've been at this for 35 years and I've never seen a community as thoughtful in terms of growth management. The other thing we have in Carson City, and it's in the master plan, is we have an urban service boundary. And I look at Supervisor White when I say that. Okay. We have an urban service boundary. And it shows where there's both water and sewer utilities. And every single year, that boundary will be reviewed and revisited, and decisions will be made whether or not it should be extended. And as it gets extended, utilities can get extended. So it's all very, very thoughtful. If I may, Mayor, just real quick on a couple other things. Paula Peters asked about the involvement of senior citizens. I can promise you they absolutely were not ignored. We were not sitting at the library every Saturday because we didn't want people coming in. That was a good time for seniors to come out. I heard, and I know the Planning Commission who's sitting behind me, the commissioners, they heard there's a ton of interest, for example, in over 55 communities. People are frustrated. And that's not necessarily what's in the master plan is the diversity of housing, but they're frustrated because they're in their homes. They'd like to move out of their homes and they can't find an over 55 community to move into in Carson City, and they want to stay in Carson City. So the seniors were definitely engaged and vocal. Mackenzie got Barbara's information, so we'll follow up with Barbara. Mr. Medicine and his daughter, I've spoken with them on the phone regarding his situation, which is an office building over on Hot Springs with an apartment, but he's not allowed to have a dwelling in it. And so we're looking at a not flex, what are we calling it, commercial industrial there. And again, the zoning will follow. So I understand their concern. Heather Coe was concerned about not having thoughtful managed growth. I think I spoke to that. Doreen spoke about the protecting the historic resources, which I think this master plan 100% recognizes. We're unique in Nevada with the amount of historic resources we have. That's one of those jewels in the crown. And the master plan 100% acknowledges that. And Rose was concerned about the impact on the budget, and I just talked about that in terms of growth management. Darlene was asking about low density versus high density relative to population growth. And again, we're going to look at how much we can grow based on how much capacity we have when we provide services. And she also wanted to understand the downtown, which we just put up that slide. Gloria was concerned again about the balance with infrastructure and growth, and that goes right to the growth management again, May 28th after 5 o'clock. Denny, we've talked about the open space and creating the distinction between different types of open space. And I spoke to you all about that earlier in the meeting. Rick Hernandez talked about essentially crime and some social issues. And you heard Chuck Borders, when he spoke at the beginning of the meeting, explain, we heard a lot. And we heard about homelessness, and we heard about the condition of the roads and how we're going to fix the roads. We stayed in our lane. We tried to stay on land use and not address social issues that the Planning Commission's not set up to do. Those are other parts of the city. Midge, very nice that she appreciates you. And Glenn Martell, same. And so that's kind of, those are my comments.
Okay. Hope, how long, if we were to adopt the master plan, how long to actually get the GIS maps updated?
My understanding is, and Maggie, you can jump in, is that the consultant has been coordinating with our GIS team to make sure they're compatible, so that we'll be able to transfer the files over. Is that your understanding, Maggie?
That's correct. The maps that you were showed today, that data exists, and when the project is approved, we will pass those files on to your Carson City staff so that they're ready to go and be uploaded into your own system.
Uploaded meaning like 60 days, 90 days, we
Oh,
have it up to date?
I haven't talked to the GIS team about the timing on that, but I can do that. And I do have some money still in the budget if we have to have Michael Baker or somebody like that who GIS works with, have people do that if our team's too busy.
Because I'm kind of mulling around a thought here that I really believe that the master plan needs to move forward, and that the GIS maps with the new land use is probably the most important component for the public to be able to really do an interactive look, can really see their parcels. I think it's really hard to go to a piece of paper and try and look up your parcel and look at maps that are this big and the color coding is this tiny. So I'm very interested in the GIS map, and then asking you to do something different than we have in the past, which is normally in December, every December, and I'm not sure everyone realizes that too. The master plan gets another review before the Planning Commission every December. What do we have right? What do we have wrong? What's changed? And then they can make recommendations to us. But what I'd like us to consider is for staff to do a town hall, an open meeting, something when the GIS maps are done, so that people then that this is settled in for, 60, 90 days, whatever that might take, but that you have a meeting for them to really look at, just like somebody had thought that we were going to put commercial industrial in the downtown and we're not. But I don't blame them for looking at a map going, what color is that there? So I don't blame them at all for having those thoughts. And so what do you think about the idea of having just another opportunity for the public to give you before the December. So I'm trying to get another just open public workshop once the GIS maps are done. So that will set up the December meeting better for the Planning Commission, because I think that Mr. Borders said it well. I'm going to go, we got it 100% right, but just in case we didn't, I'd really like to have another just general open meeting for the public. What are your thoughts on that?
I actually think that would be very valuable, and it's actually helpful that you just did the budget today, because when you did the budget, you saw you requested money to start the update on Title 18 in anticipation of the master plan being adopted. I don't want to update Title 18 until we know we got it right, or at least a little more correct than maybe today. And so I think if you were to adopt it this evening, and rather than waiting a year to do the review, we could do a review, Planning Commission could do a formal review and say 90 days. They could do workshops in the intervening times. We could certainly do a listening tour during that time period when the information was available on the GIS, and take that input, that initial input within those first 90 days, and say, oh yeah, you're right, that doesn't make sense. Kind of what I did when I'm looking at Supervisor Giommi, because he's the one who requested I analyze every single solitary map change. And as I was doing that, it's like, wait, this doesn't make sense, and that's why I had to do. Sorry? You complimented me, thank you. You should have seen me the day I was trying to get out the door. But anyway, and I was like, oh shoot, I can't put this out without my memo because I don't agree with some of this stuff. So I need this to go out together. And so similarly, I think if it's a more sets of eyes that get to look at it and to discuss it and to identify, yeah, that piece, yeah, we should relook at that, and let's take a look at that, and just help people understand it more too, to get ready for the zoning amendments. I think that's going to be a really positive experience for the whole community. But I think 90 days is probably the right time. I don't think waiting a year, because we'll be too into the zoning, and I want to have one more check.
So you're confident. I like that the GIS, because again, I want something interactive that the public can, just press the button and look. And so, okay, Supervisor Giommi?
I think that's a good idea, assuming that we adopt tonight, and the focus is on sort of individual parcels or clusters of parcels, and not content, not strategic issues, right? The focus
So
then
not policy.
gets very specific.
Yep.
And, the policy sort of is set. I would agree with that component of just narrowing it on the map, and what does my parcel look like? What does my neighborhood look like? And I think the other part of that is that we need to get down the road on the legal part of the zoning of the actual, that component of it. And I know you hear that. And it's been a long time that we've been dealing with this, and I think it adds to confusion, because we've been talking about it for so long. I mean, we really started in 2019 with Title 18, and we still don't have a finished Title 18. I'm not being critical, maybe a little bit I'm being critical, but because I think that's what really drives things, and understanding the categories, as we heard the comment here today, because I think that's where the real, enforcement's the wrong word, but the real tail of the tape is, in terms of how can a landowner use a piece of land. And I think those two things jive. I agree with you. To do anything with Title 18 now is nonsense until we get this right. So, or as right as we can get it. Thank you.
Supervisor Schutte?
Thank you. I have a couple comments, but first, Hope, can you tell us once again, and I know you've said it ad nauseum over this process, but what is the role of a master plan?
It's the policy document on land development in the community.
Okay. So listening to public comments tonight, planning commissions, when I go for walks and when I go for runs, I have my earphones and I listen, I re-listen, I listen to growth management meetings over and over and over. Nowhere, so I'll back up. Small town feel, wanting to maintain a sense of community. That is important. I've said it before. I grew up here, sense of community. I remember saying Carson City has 15,000, Carson City has 30,000. My playground was where many people in this audience live now. When people have said, I moved here because the small town feel, I get it and welcome. But the fact that you moved here, you changed this community as well. And so what does small town community mean? Does it mean a welcoming community? Does it mean knowing your neighbors? Does it mean looking out for each other? Does it mean supporting business? Does it mean finding ways to revitalize empty buildings? It's kind of all of the above. Listening to one of the meetings, somebody from Escondido, was that you? Okay, and well, but my grandmother and grandparents lived in Escondido on 10th Avenue. And so that's why I remembered it. And yet you moved here. So, right. So what, as somebody who loves this community, I so appreciate the small town feel, but I appreciate what the small town feel means. If it's a 15,000 stop, then there's quite a few folks who had moved here who apparently you shouldn't have moved here. But that's not right. If you're wanting your kiddos to be able to live here and to be able to afford a place, it's about having a community that is welcoming, but that is also mindful of growth. So I want to go through the guiding principles because, first of all, nowhere in this document is it promoting high density. That is not the role of the master plan, and that is not the goal. So we do have those guiding principles, and we have well-managed growth, and Hope spoke to that. We have that growth management at 3%. And again, I've listened to Andrew Fueling talk about the schools and about the reduced enrollment. But this well-managed growth, it does take into account roads, infrastructure, water, resources, police and fire. The next one, access to open lands and recreational opportunities. People value that, and I think all of us, because that's part of what community is as well. We have this beautiful surrounding area. We have access to parks and to trails. We have family trails, we have single track, we have running, we have walking, all the above. And so it's that capacity for excellence for a community where everyone can participate regardless of your ability level, your health, your mobility. We have economic vitality. People move here or live here because of what this community represents. And maybe you have access to medical care. Maybe you have access to restaurants. Maybe you like the art scene, the historic element, the river, the walkable neighborhoods. We have something for everyone, and it's about that balanced growth, that being mindful of that. If we don't want our empty buildings, if we don't want restaurants to close, I attended a lot of the listening tour at the library, and I attended some of the evening events as well. And I heard about empty buildings, empty restaurants. Well, in order for a restaurant or a business to be able to stay viable, folks have to visit it, and they also have to have staff, and those staff need a place to live. Listening to public comment today, I'm hearing about how do we have affordable housing? Well, that's a great question, but we don't have affordable housing if we're not growing at all. We have livable neighborhoods. We've spoken to that. We've spoken about the interconnectivity, about walkable neighborhoods, about people being able to walk safely to school or ride their bikes to work. Midge Breeden, I know she rode her bike here. That's part of community as well. Unique history and culture. We have an incredible history here, and our art scene, our culture. And I think about just opportunities that we have even with the William Street corridor and Highway 50 East and that improvement, being able to be mindful of our wonderful assets. There's the V&T Railway, there's the Morgan Mill Trailhead, and there's that wonderful cemetery out there. You know, so how can we be mindful of those assets? And then finally, a connected community, safe, efficient, multimodal for everyone so that people can work, they can get to where they need to be, the connectivity, the coordinated land use. I see this master plan as an opportunity to meet the needs of the community as a whole. It's not promoting density, and it's not promoting low density. It's just an opportunity of what direction we want to go. And I just think that's important as a lifelong Carson kid who loves this town. I appreciate the work that community development and the planning commission did, and I appreciate everybody's comments because together we have made, I think, a really good update to our master plan. Thank you.
Anybody else? Nope. Okay, so then it's time for a motion. Do you want me to do it? You want to do it?
Can I make one more comment?
Sure.
I want to, there's enough planning commission members here. I recognize the incredible amount of work that you guys did, along with staff and our consultant, who we paid. But staff had their regular work to do. And the planning commission, they were the best deal of all in terms of compensation, because we don't pay them anything. So I really, I can't thank you enough. You know, I'm sure Hope has told you that, but from a board position, we would be way further behind if it weren't for the efforts that you all undertook and the real interest and concern that you put into this and the amount of time you listen to this community and the effort that you produced. So kudos to all of you, past and present. Thank you, heartfelt thank you.
Supervisor Horton, did you have a question or comment?
I have a comment. I just wanted to say that we hear everyone's voice, and I'm glad that people have different opinions. I'm a big proponent of sitting down and having a conversation with different points of view. That's how you reach the best conclusion. But I have to tell you, I know in my heart that everyone sitting up here and the Planning Commission listened openly and honestly to all the comments that were made by people. We've had dozens and dozens and dozens of phone calls and emails and hundreds of comments, probably in the thousands, if you really look at all of us combined and the people that we talk to on a daily basis. All the time, we listen with open ears and we hear what you're saying. And I can assure you that we bear no one any ill will. We want to hear all of the comments. It's important. But it's also important to remember that public servants, you know, they do this because they want to. They do it from the heart. No one's getting rich up here. Nobody's spending a lot of time on vacation, I can assure you. This is no simple task, but we take it seriously. And I appreciate all the hard work that everybody has done, but I want everyone to know Plenty of work went into this from every person involved in it. And believe me, we did listen, and we are listening always.
Okay. You guys ready? I'll make a motion. I move to adopt the updated master plan as discussed on the record today, based upon a careful consideration of the presentation and the record and evidence previously submitted to the Planning Commission. Upon the updating of the GIS maps, a additional public meeting will be held for individuals to discuss any parcel changes that are necessary.
Second.
On discussion, Supervisor White.
Thank you. So I'll start with ditto to what several people have said tonight, recognizing the work of the staff, the Planning Commission, and the community in general. I certainly appreciate the changes that have been made upon my request. My comments tonight are not personal, they're philosophical. And I'll make this as painless as possible. When I ran for this office, I promised this community that each agenda item would be tested against our founders' theories and philosophies regarding their understanding of good government. I will share with you tonight my understanding of the authority, significance, and responsibility of the proposed master plan, as well as some thoughts from our nation's founders. At a Planning Commission meeting, it was stated the master plan is just a group of arrows in a quiver that might be used if we so choose. I disagree. The master plan is the foundation of our development standards. It serves as an operations manual provided to staff to guide their actions and to the public to guide their knowledge of city operations. In fact, Chapter 12 provides 15 pages of priorities setting required activities for staff to accomplish in this action plan. I'll draw your attention to page 148. A key aspect of this master plan is how it will be carried out after it is adopted. And page 15, some of the policies identified in chapters 3 through 9 will be carried out as part of day-to-day decision-making. Various agenda items that we take action on note that their authority aligns with the master plan. Former Mayor Bob strongly ordered staff to do what the master plan says to do. Staff has testified that they do not want to enforce the various architectural and landscape elements that this document forces them to enforce. Where'd I go here? Staff regularly informs this Board of Supervisors and the Planning Commission about the need to correct misalignments of various ordinances to the master plan. I am possessed of substantial angst regarding multiple provisions within this proposed master plan. That being the violation, in my mind, of the property rights of every private property owner in this community. This master plan, while substantially improved from our last reading, contains no less than 26 instances of private property rights usurpation. This master plan prevents a private property owner from exercising to their own satisfaction control of their private property. This body should not usurp the rights of a private property owner to manage their own real property. Property rights are the foundation of liberty. The right to own and enjoy private property and put it to good use or no use protects the freedom of individuals to guide their own lives. The founders of this country provided us with a number of explanations as to the government's inferior position regarding private property rights. George Washington said freedom and property rights are inseparable. You cannot have one without the other. John Adams, the moment the idea is admitted into society that property is not as sacred as the laws of God and that there is no force of law and public justice to protect it, anarchy and tyranny commence. James Madison, government is instituted to protect property of every sort. James Otis, no man can take my property from me without my consent. If he does, he deprives me of liberty and makes me a slave. John Locke argued that life, liberty, and property rights exist naturally and cannot be alienated through social contract with our government. The list of private property rights quotes could go on for days. More recently, in Buchanan versus Worley, the United States Supreme Court relied on the bundle of rights concept to uphold private property rights. Condensed, the concept is this: people do not see their property simply as a bundle of rights that has exchange value. They see their property as a thing, and it is the thing that matters. If that thing is one's home, the public's conviction is that it is unfair to intrude upon it. In 1861, an act of Congress organizing the territory of Nevada, no law shall be passed interfering with the primary disposal of soil, nor shall law be passed impairing the rights of private property. In the Nevada Constitution, Section 1, all men are by nature free and equal and have certain inalienable rights, among which are those of enjoying and defending life and liberty, acquiring, possessing, and protecting property, and pursuing and obtaining safety and happiness. Section 18, the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable seizures and searches shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue but on probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, particularly describing the place or places to be searched and the person or persons and things or things to be seized. On what warrant can the Board of Supervisors prohibit the use of a preferred building site, or prohibit the removal of a tree, or require the planting of a replacement tree? Section 22, in all eminent domain actions, the government shall have the burden to prove public use. What public use do these landscaping and architectural required elements provide? It has been said in this very room that these requirements are necessary to keep a nice neighborhood so as not to create a negative impact on city revenues. That is an idea contrary to our founders' thoughts on good government. Amanda Radke, on January 6, 2024, while speaking on eminent domain seizure issues in South Dakota, said, "If we don't control the land under our feet, we are no longer free." It is often said that local government has the most effect on the people. Indeed, it does. And we, this Board of Supervisors, should consider the authority we are about to wield. We should not act in a manner repugnant to the founders' admonitions of good government and private property rights, and to the Constitution of this state. When a government takes the notion that they have the authority to manage the manner that private property is developed, we live under tyranny. In conclusion, here are a few more thoughts on private property from other prominent leaders. Frederick Ingalls: democracy would be wholly valueless to the proletariat if it were not immediately used as a means for putting through measures directed against private property. Communist Party USA in 2005 adopted a document they call The Road to Socialism. On page 12, it states, private property rights and profits must be discarded as the main determinants on which decisions are made. The proposed master plan is an enforceable government document and encroaches on the private property rights of the American people. In that this document strays into guidance beyond health and safety issues, it is unjust and unfit to be a part of any governing body in the United States of America. I swore an oath to protect this community, and I cannot support the adoption of the proposed master plan.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no.
No.
Let the record reflect it was 4 yeses and 1 no by Supervisor White. Okay, we're now on to agenda item 31, which is our final comment of the evening. We're almost there. Okay. Oh, did you? I am. I'm on final. Right now, or we're adjourning, so come on up.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Board. My final comment is, it's been a long day. I spent hours and hours trying to figure this out, and I've spent hours and hours reflecting on my comments and what I might say today. And today is going to be a little bit tough. I just had a little bit of a issue that is going to be haunting me for a bit until we get it figured out. But the meanwhile, I would like you to consider, and this is totally off the subject, but again, thank you all for being here. Prison Hill is looking at a weed problem. Apparently, the cheatgrass on top of Prison Hill, the burnout area, hadn't been replenished as far as natural foliage and is now a weed patch of cheatgrass. And their solution is weed spray. And I really oppose that in an area that is a conservation easement and that they could perhaps use as an alternative sheep, as they have in other areas. I know I'm leaving you on a different note, but I'm not going to use my whole time here, but to thank you for this opportunity as a citizen to speak up. And thank you.
Do I have any other final public comment? Okay. No? Okay, then if there's no objection, anybody, we are adjourned. Thank you for not quite 12 hours, but we did a great job today, got a lot done. Thank you.